Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. Got something a little bit different for you here, a little bit smaller. This is kind of the average size we've been working on. That's a 75 mil right there. This is not 75 mil. Basically, these are brand new versions of the characters right here. And what I was trying to do is make them something that I could use for the board game Armored Wolf. Now, these are basically the size of, like I was saying, MESBG figures, and they fit pretty nicely on the tile there, Landress. Check it out. So again, these are pretty much, yeah, that's technically mine are actually a little bit taller than these. So I know they seem small, but they're literally the same size as pretty much normal figures. But again, they required a lot of a lot of rework. And sorry about the voice there. It's probably gonna be chalky for some reason. Let's just get this thing going. So great to see you there, Landrast. Yeah, let's do this here. Oh, by the way, Flat Thursday, we're going to be painting these. I mean, we've been painting bas reliefs. How about we paint some game tiles? Yeah, we're going to be painting a whole bunch of these bad boys. So those are all kind of relay and nota. So those are specialty tiles. Of course, this is the Avalon tile right here. And then again, these are this is more of a standard tile right here. So that's kind of one of your more generic, basic ones. What I'm going to do is just do some dry, brushy stuff over the top of this, I think. With maybe just this. Let's just keep it pretty simple here. Keep it simple, keep it safe. Green Knight and another version of Guinevere. I got to reprint those. Again, I'm trying to figure out the supports and stuff. Armored Wolf, I think these will also do better with that resin. Now, of course, this one I snapped off the fingers here. They didn't snap off because of removing support. I was filing down here, and the file went like this and just sanded off the fingers. So yeah, there would be fingers there. They did print. Might have to break out a new whatchamacallit, a new liner brush for doing these. And again, they'll probably be printing these again in that new resin. And Armored Wolf, yeah, I'm just wondering, Armored Wolf, would I be better off using that new version of Chidu Box with the Saturn? I'm just wondering if that would probably be the better way to go. Because I think you've only ever used the new version or newer version of Chidu Box with the Saturn, right? So I'm just gonna do this little bit of a quickie driver, and I won't do all of them because we like to be able to start some fresh, so people get to see what would you say, the start point again. So yeah, I think I'll just have to get the new version of it going. Yeah, it looks like there's another little teensy support down there. There we are. Oh, and by the way, I made these. So this is the same file that I was using for the other holder. Difference being that these are not hollow. If I'm going to do anything, I'll just glue one or two of those those big old washers that I got that I put on the other ones. Yeah, I'll just do something like that. Here we got a little chunk of support that got stuck in the primer there. I mean, that happens. And try to get that off of there without breaking everything here. Hey there, Nurgle Matthew. Nice to see you. So yeah, Nurgle Matthew, these are basically designed to fit on the tiles here. And again, Thursday the plan is to be painting a bunch of the tiles and counters too. I got counters. So this indicates a fractured tile right here. And then you've got all the different corruption and all this other kind of stuff. So these are basically Arthur influence right here. So we got a nifty little Excalibur counter for him. What do we got here? So that's actually a Morgan Le Fay influence right there. And of course, it has been decided we're just using this one dice right here. We're not making a bunch of different ones. It's better to just have, well, since people would have to print out like 10 different dice, I thought maybe we'll just use modifiers, Valfair. Speaking of modifiers, Valfair, you doing okay down there? And obviously, it's not just the health stuff, but let's put it this way: you're being featured on Max Velocity right now, Valfair. So hopefully, not too. I know there's some stuff going on right around Nashville there. It's 105. Sorry, this is so late, Valfair. Basically, I was kind of wait out. Trying to wait that stuff out. That's why this is late stuff here. Otherwise, I was hoping to maybe start about 11:15, 11. Actually, maybe even as early as 11. So sorry about the late, but you're probably staying up a little bit later anyway, right, Valfira? So as always, Miracle Matthew, great to see you. Now, of course, his armor is typically white, so I think I'm actually going to paint him with the white armor. And I'm trying to make these more like board game figs. And again, these are not the same files. These are different files. You can see how the wings are not the same as the Galahad wings. That's because it's simplified for a board game. Because again, otherwise that would be a little jinky. I think we got it. Is there another one there? Again, sometimes the little bits of chunks of support get caught up in the primer, in the brush. And then it gets kind of spread around. So, Vilfira, well, on the other front, I do hope that things are going better there, of course. I hope things are definitely going better there. And again, these are just very simple things that I made for myself. Actually, the new binders arrived today. They're like 1.5 inches wide. They're 3 times the size of the previous ones. And I also got, well, I have dividers coming tomorrow. Oh, and also those boxes showed up, Armored Wolf, the ones I was talking about. Actually, Armored Wolf, all kidding aside, I was thinking about trying to get boxes for Gen Con. As we welcome in Night Whisper with the raid. I'll shoot you, I'll tell you about that in a second there, Armored Wolf. As we welcome in Night Whisper. How you doing there, Night Whisper? Everybody please give Night Whisper a follow. So Night Whisper, look at this. A little difference in size. Yeah. That's the same character, just, well, obviously this is a simplified sculpt and a little bit smaller. These, believe it or not, Night Whisper, this is MASPG sized. You would think like this is some kind of micro, no, this is basically a Diwali sculpt right here. So that's about a Diwali size sculpt. Whoops, not the right brush. So of course, Night Whisper, I know you got stuff that you can share in the chat. Valfira, I got some really, speaking of new sculpts, like on the larger size, I've got sculpts, Valfira, that I can only print on the Saturn. Well, I could print them out on the Anycubics, but I'd have to make them like 50 mil tops. So yeah, Valfira, I got some exciting stuff to show you after well, probably tomorrow as I try to work on those files. And again, Night Whisper, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So again, we're just working on, again, these tiny versions of our characters here. And we're just in the opening stages. We're 10 minutes in, Night Whisper. So actually, Night Whisper, you're going to get to see him pretty much from the very beginning. Where's our Nimue? Here's our Nimue here. So again, you can see we're going to try to do the same coloration. It's just a minor difference in scale. Just a tiny bit different. Yeah, Velfira, I wish they weren't, obviously this is the color, it's the last of the, what is it, the brown or beige, matte PLA. Everything else I have is black Velfira. So, eventually you start seeing these not in this color here. But yeah, that was, it was kind of needs are as needs must. And I had to print these out right away because I needed them for this. Because I wasn't really going to do figures for the game. And then it was, as I'm certain, okay, we got counters, we got multiple counters potentially on every tile. And again, here's some of the stuff. So here's this is a typical game tile. Actually, this one's been edited out of the game, this particular tile. But there's your figures there. And of course, so that's a Nimue counter right there. Now, should this tile become corrupted by Mordred, you drop one of these on there. So that's a corruption counter right there. And here, look at some of these other nifty ones that we've got. These are your different relay stations. So this is kind of a basic relay. Essentially, this lets you can build off of this any direction. It's a unidirectional, whatever. It's a multi-directional. This one is multi-directional, but it also has a few little extra abilities. And there's only one of these in the game. So this is a Grail relay. High value target, but also it does an awful lot of stuff. So it offers protection and everything else, whereas this one can be very easily taken out by Mordred there. And of course, you have, that's Avalon. That's where Arthur begins, right there. So everybody check out that link that Night Whisper just shared. Everybody please give Night Whisper a follow. Velfira, they're definitely going to take on, whatever oil paint gets on my hand is going to get on those two, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop here. We're going to leave these three, Merlin, Mordred, and Morgan Le Fay, the three M's. We'll leave those off to the side so that maybe, part of the way through the stream is somebody wants to see how these are. Almost like a challenge Saturday there, Velfira. And it's really weird, Night Whisper, because this feels like it's way smaller than anything I've ever done. No, this is a typical size. I've gotten very, very used to painting those 70-something mils there, Night Whisper. Alright, we're going to get the paint out of here. Super quick, 1 second. There we go. I mean, that's most. That's not all of it. That's just most of it. And now we're going to start doing... in Dancer in Blue? Fine. Well, whoops, not in this shelf. We're not getting in Dancer in Blue. Is this, nope, that's Ultramarine Violet. Is this it, maybe? Indant Throne. Look at that. Very appropriate for Arthur. Indant Throne. Velfira, I have some very exciting stuff to send you. Let's put it this way, Velfira. All the old stuff is very old and might be scrapped because of all the new stuff and how good the new stuff is. It's orders of magnitude better than what you saw before, Velfira. Part of it is I've just learned a bunch. Remember, Velfira, that was like early February. That was some of the very first stuff I was developing. So yeah, needless to say, this new stuff is infinitely better. Basically, Velfira, I want to try to feature that in some videos as well. Now, the nifty thing here, unlike all the last several streams where I'm working on one figure at once, here I have the advantage of, well, working on multiple figures. Velfira, with the moving of the printers, there was no way that I was going to get ships printed in time. These took a fraction of the amount of time to print out. And, well, these are actually more important right now than the ships. So there's multi-layers of reasons, or raisins. I wouldn't mind some raisins, Valfira. Those are all gone. Would not mind some raisins. Now, Night Whisperer, did you also post the dragon there? Your golden demon dragon? Alright, again, everybody please give Night Whisperer a follow. Because Night Whisperer does some really, 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 really nifty stuff. Hey, hey there, buddy. Nice to see you. There's Irid. 105 for Irid, too. Everybody please give Irid again my pay for follow. So Irid, some stuff in the chat there. Appreciate you being here, Irid. Yes, there we are. Oh, and see this down here? That's one of the side panels of the box right there. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Night Whisperer just shared. Everybody check out the Pinterest link that Iridican wife just shared also. Look at all the stuffs. Look at all the things. We'll just have to shove you in this away. I mean, we got to reflect some of that blue on this armor anyway, so who cares? So all we're doing is just some of our usual kind of glazy stuff. The lighter primer, then the glazy over the top. Now let's move from that to our fabulous Guinevere sculpt here. And again, here is so there's the original 75 mil. So, buddy, I hope that you're doing well. And again, of course, thank you for being here. That's appreciated. So, Valfira was referring to Armada Monday, where Battlestar Galactica stuff, right? Let me see if I can find a couple of that. Well, I mean, even stuff like that. But here's, there you go. And also, here's again some of the stuff that we've done on Armada Monday. Where's our Tau? There's our Tau right there. So again, and what did we do? Like 14 of these ships, Valfira, something like that? At least that many. Trying to get back to my main scene. There we go. Oh, also, too, that's right. Stuff like our Harad flagship and our... there we go. Also do these on Armada Mondays. So yeah, Valfira, but again, there's a ton of really, really, really exciting stuff. A lot of possibilities for sure. Again, really, really, really excited about the new... Now, these new ships right here. Now, Valfira, let's put it this way. I even learned how to do different deck plating textures. Because before, everything was all just the same. Now I've kind of figured out how to do different deck plating textures. Now, so Valfira, I'm reworking all of those because I learned a better way of doing those. I did have some test files, Valfira. Those were not going to be printed until I had the new Saturn going. Yeah, so there was no way I was printing those out on the old Anycubics. Because for as much detail as you think these have, Valfira, those are infinitely more detailed than these. So unfortunately, it'll have to be a little bit of patience on those as those slowly get reworked. And those are all of our Japanese goddesses. I think the first one that you saw of the print that was the lunar goddess. I wonder if I can break that out here without knocking everything over. I think I can. 1 second here. So again, that's the moon goddess right there, and of course it's the name of the universe is Cyberyomi, and it's a whole series of, well, kind of like how we have the Cyberthurians. This is a whole series of Japanese goddesses in cyber form. Let me do this. Yeah, we'll still go with that. For now, we might change that. And of course, we've got that's something that I might start painting pretty soon is the Celtic Goddess series, because I have a bunch of those printed out. Those are all ready to go. And then I also have some non-cyber versions of, say, Nimue, Morgan Le Fay. I also have a non-cyber version of Guinevere. Nice to see you back there, Polygram. Oh, now it is a happy Tuesday. So technically, I worked this in. I did get it in Monday. Now we're painting up Lancelot here. So again, there's maybe we try to do a little bit of the dragon freehand on the back of him or something. We'll see how that goes. Let me do some more here. So everything is pretty much subject to rapid change. It's, well, okay, we intended on working on this. Well, what we're actually going to work on is this, because that's just kind of how things are playing out. Let's do this. And this here. So tomorrow I will try to get at least the Saturn setup turned on, leveled, and see if I can print what do they call the stupid little thing, the little test figure. We'll see if we can get one of those printed out. Again, not really looking to do anything with. I won't really have time to do Cheeto Box stuff with it or whatever. That would maybe be later in the week, so I'm hoping maybe Thursday, Friday, or something like that. That's when maybe I could be doing the first test print on the Saturn. That's the other thing that's going to happen after the stream, Valfira. Because guess what hasn't happened yet? And since I bought all that stuff, I'm not going to waste it. All those biodegradable containers, right, Valfira? So I got all those things for a reason, and we're going to use them. Okay, that was less than helpful. So Polygram, I hope that you are doing very well. And of course, appreciate everybody being here. And thanks again, Night Whisper, for the raid. And of course, also everybody everybody please give a nice little follow there to, let's see, I'm not going to do that here. We'll do that over here. To Erdican Wife. There. Then here. That should show through there. Okay. Now down here. Where's me? Ah, there it is. It's like, where's my phthalo green? We're basically all alkyds here except for puro orange and what the endancerin blue and pearline crimson. It's still a sneaky expensive palette, Velfera. Well, Polygram, I really hope that you do get a chance to do some painting there. Polygram, even if it's nothing super consequential, right? Even if it's just doing a little something here and there, you keep doing a little something here and there, and the next thing you know, you got a lot of something that is done. Let me do this. Again, just trying to sneak in a little bit of that phthalo green combo down here. It's a lot like what we did here. So kind of the same notion there. Now again, with Galahad, his armor is not going to be it's not going to be gold. I want it to be more like how it's. I really originally intended it to be in the artwork there, so it's going to be the white armor. Trying to get more of a skin tone going here, like this. You know what? I'm going to do the same on Lance and Arthur. Where's Arthur? There he is. Then we'll hit them with their Pansy Gray and maybe a little Prussian Blue. So again, these are simplified versions of the sculpts here. So these are not the, what would you call them? There's not the 72 showcase. I think that's what I've been referring to them as, showcase figs. Boy, the panel lines on this are so much chunkier than they are on the main large one. So much bigger. Actually, I'm going to be trying to redo Galahad as well. Again, with some of the new stuff that I've learned. And how many? I've already done at least 5 test prints of him. And guess what? We're going to be doing another. No problem there, Arid. See you in a bit. See you in a bit. Alrighty. Just sort of a neutral gray here. I'm going to actually try to get a little more of this brown in the in his cape here, and that is mixing. That is actually mixing there. We have mixing liftoff there. Ooh, we need a whole bunch more thinner in there if we're going to be doing that. Okay. Ton more thinner, and I think we might have got the balance we need. We're just going to start rolling this in here. Who knows? I'm tempted to maybe break out, the oh, what is that stuff? The cobalt teal bluish. Might just see that. You never know. that. Where is Arthur? Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channel. I just put up the YouTube video for this one right here, and also the Instagram. So this is now on Instagram. This the painting session of this is now on again on the YouTube channel. Oh, and of course, speaking of much larger, like yeah, there's the Green Knight right there. He is a big honking dude. It is really freaky to be working on these small. I mean, I've been painting basically nothing but 75 mil stuff for not just weeks, but potentially months. I mean, outside of some of the BFG ships, it's basically been all these all the time. Right now, we are working on 5 of these simultaneously. There's 3 other ones that I'm kind of leaving them just primer for right now, just on the off chance that maybe, at a certain point, we start those up so that people who maybe didn't get to see the start point of these, they get a chance to see something from the get-go. Just doing some hair on Gwenny. Now this one might still work as at least a 50-something mil. I don't know if it would really work as a 72 or something, but and again, these are all test prints, so I've already resized them a couple of times. And of course, trying to figure out, okay, the rotation, the supports, all the kind of stuff. So if you're trying to do a miniature line, as I've said many times, the vast majority of your time is going to be spent fooling around with test prints and supports and redoing stuff. That is the way of things with miniatures. And also, too, with the game, like I said, I've already some of the tiles have been edited out of the game. Those relay tiles, those did not originally exist. I was doing something else instead of those relay tiles. It was like a 4-way tile, and then I was doing like nodes and relay, all this other kind of stuff. I said, you know what, forget it. I don't need 20 different things that sort of do variations of the same thing. And that's when I said, you know what we're going to do is we're going to do one type of thing, and we'll have modifiers to it. So it's basically all you have are relay tiles and then flow tiles. Also, there is the somewhere there is the round table. Where is the round table? Oh, maybe it's here. There it is. This is another specialty hex right here. So that's the round table. It is a way for players to potentially call what is called a council. Essentially, let's say you've got maybe a character that you think is kind of starting to fall to corruption just a bit. It's almost a little bit, well, I don't know, maybe like the Battlestar Galactica game where you look at loyalty cards, that sort of thing. Just trying to create as many different ways for things to happen as possible. Nice to see you again, Mutu. Happy Tuesday. Hopefully Monday was good for you there, Mutu. And again, great to see you. We're just kind of dropping in some glazy stuff here. I don't know. Again, this is very much simplified from the original Lancelot figure. I mean, he wouldn't make a bad. I could always try printing him out at 75 mil. And just see how we go. Who knows? Maybe we like him enough that he's actually worthwhile painting at 75. I kind of doubt it. But I mean, it can't hurt. Cannot hurt to try. Mutu again. We've got a whole bunch of fun stuff here. There's the dice. There's some of the new counters there. That's a Nimue counter. We had a Morgan, or so there's an Arthur one right there. So it's an Arthur counter, and of course we got our dice. And then here are some of those specialty tiles we were talking about, the different relays. And this is basically how the figures are sized to go on said hexes. And again, this is also a corruption marker here. So if Mordred is able to influence that tile, on goes a corruption marker. Oh, and by the way, we're going to be painting these up on Thursday. Because, I mean, it sounds like a flat Thursday to me. Mutu, you got to have those ready for the scissor for the scissor marathon, right, Mutu? You don't want dull scissors for the scissors relay race. That's the crowd is not going to be very happy about that, Mutu. Yeah, if those are dull, so you got to get those things sharpened up and ready for the relay race. And then, of course, you have other events that are not as well known, like the scissors long jump. Perfectly safe when conducted by trained professionals. I mean, what could possibly go wrong, right, Landrast? Now, Landrast, you're not having any more barbecue this weekend, are you? Let me do some more. Yeah, that was quite a bit of barbecue there. Now here, let's get some brownish stuff going for up here. Like a soul for Arthur. Obviously, crown will be gold, but we're just doing this for right now. I think we just... Oh, no, Nimue. We got to do some more stuff on Nimue to at least get this ball rolling. Again, here's... So we're working on 5 of these all at once here. Mutu, obviously, sometimes just based on needs, sometimes things change back and forth. I don't know if you saw the video on the starships there. I will be tomorrow recording the final Nimue episode. So as we have Nimue here, I will be recording the 3rd and final episode on our Nimue large scale series. Yeah, and Mutu, of course, you know just how legendary my memory is here. I mean, it's the stuff of legends, right, Valfira? Yes, it's unchallenged in the annals of human memory, as in nobody's had worse. Yes, you physically cannot find worse memory than mine anywhere in the history of civilization, pretty much. And that's been just pretty much been like that since I was 13. Even then, I'd walk into a room and go, what am I doing in here? Now, the one true brush is there, Mutu. Again, that was just, there wasn't quite the opportunities for some of these other ones that I found, like the One Happy Choices and all that. A 10 stream streak. So here, I'm going to get a little bit more of our violet. So this is kind of our not radiant periwinkle there. That just is working its way in. And of course, all of this is mixing the entire time with all the stuff, the other stuff we got on here already. And since these are smaller, that's the other reason why we've got multiple ones going. Because now we have to move on to somebody else. And that somebody else right now looks like Galahad here. Gonna try and give him a little bit more of a bluish tone here. I have I thought I had. Here we go. So actually, Mutu, you split the difference. I got the ones. Not really a big fan of the ones. Actually, I was gonna try and get the zeros, Mutu. I haven't had a chance to do that yet. And yes, I still have to also get the Alkyd medium. Not medium. The Alkyd resin. The Alkyd resin. Actual Alkyd resin. Not medium. Not medium. That was a full pull right there. So not the medium. The actual Alkyd resin. And I have to get some, whatchamacallits anyway, some more of the spray cans. Again, I'm tempted, very tempted to break out maybe the Cobalt Teal Bluish, but we'll see what we can do just with what we've got here for now. Alright, Lancelot. Going to get some blue stuff here. And again, I'll hit this with the whatchamacallit, I almost said glue gun. No, I'll be hitting it with our hair dryer to just kind of get that little bit of a bend out of it. It's a little warped there. No problem there, Mutu. Appreciate you joining again. And, well, here's hoping that we can keep it fun for you while you're doing the scissors, getting those ready for the scissor marathon. Artur. And again, this is another one that I'll just hit it with the hair dryer, and that shouldn't be too hard to get that. I mean, I don't mind. Let that mix with what's there. What the heck? Why not, right? Why not? The one thing that we have not printed so far is been a 75 mil Arthur figure. We've got the bust, but we haven't done a figure yet because, well, I was trying to rework this in Blender. And I was trying to film that where I created some really nifty power nodes. So the Lancelot one here, that was a separate power node that I made because I wanted a dragon feel to it. And that's what I kind of did, a lion one for Arthur. But I was waiting to get the Cintiq set up for that. So again, probably entirely reworking the Arthur figure. Well, sort of. I mean, it's all based on my artwork. And again, what you're seeing down right underneath me here, that is some of the little sneak peek at some of the graphics that'll be going on the box and some of the game stuff. This painting, I'm going to be doing the painting of Avalon here. So again, there's going to be a lot of paintings that I do based on our Cyberthuria stuff as well. So again, at least next Thursday, possibly the next 2 Thursdays, could be me painting things like that, the various tiles and counters. And the dice too. because we might have new tiles or something like that, or also might change my mind on the coloration of, say, things like, well, the counters, because I do actually have to consider that other folks are printing these out, and that they're going to be painting them, and is it possible to do like regular people painting on them instead of like turning each hex into a work of art or something like that? That might be a little much for some folks. Yeah, I might also give this one a try as a 75 mil. No, I need more Indian yellow in that. Too much junk on that brush. Let me get some of that stuff out of there. Try this again for some crownage here. So Armored Wolf, that new resin. Now I've got actually another thing of the clear red. I'm just trying to stockpile that stuff because that Saturn vat is so huge. Now Armored Wolf, I know you were saying don't go anywhere near like the max level on that, or as far as filling it up. Is it 90% full, or is it like don't go past 80? I think you were saying like don't go really past, say, 93-ish or something. Here's Arthur. Okay, just kind of get a little indications of some of the colors in here. Then we might actually start doing some genuine shady stuff. I mean, well, we're 47 minutes in now. My goal is to at least have these 5 done, if not maybe also, again, we'll try to do Merlin as well here. We'll see what we can get done. Let me get a little indication of some of the yellow there. Lancelot there. All that other stuff we'll just kind of have to wait. Don't be hasty. What I can start to do now is start to get some of the lighter stuff here on our Niume. Some of this one, and maybe some of this. And again, we're just doing some dry brush stuff here. Just doing some dry brush. We leave all the stuff that's there in the shadows. We do this over the top of it, like you do. A little bit of it there. Some more of it over there. Over here too. Like this. So Veilfear, hopefully you're doing okay there. I can't really be watching max velocity while I'm doing this. So here's hoping that things haven't gotten too wild there. I want to neutral that a little bit more. Actually, Velfira, I don't know if you're still there, but that last council of miniature painters there, Velfira, I obviously I wasn't really able to chime up. There was too much going on, but I was gonna bring these up, Velfira, when the conversation went to, well, that 75 mil stuff, that's neat, but you can't do that for, say, 72, or for 28 mil sculpts. And well, that's I knew that's what I was going to have to try and do here, was again to rework these sculpts. Hey there, Camda. Great to see you there, Camda. Of course, Camda, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, like always, please go ahead. So Camda, these are the new holders here. They're very much like the old ones, just not hollow on the inside. There's no counterweight. If I needed counterweights, I'll just glue those giant washers to the bottom of them like I did the other ones. That worked well enough. It is really wild though, Camda, to be doing this smaller scale stuff again. And again, everybody please give Camda Paints a follow, because Camda also paints with the oils. It's almost like an old-fashioned challenge, Saturday challenge there, Camda. It's pretty darn close. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared. And everybody, again, please give Camda Paints a follow. I'm going to try to think about here and do some of this. Again, that's just a bunch of dry brushy stuff right there. Yeah, you should be in the 105 club there, Camdic. Valfera and Irid already had their 105, so you should be at 105 too, right? We'll get that hype train going. More of that here. So yeah, well, it's the club. It's gonna be the most unique club ever, right, Valfera? Because the club's name is gonna change like every single stream. So let's see, the not the so by next week you guys will be in the 110 club. And like I was telling Valfera there, Camda, major advances with the Starship stuff. To the point where a lot of the old stuff is, and it's not like I'm just going to chuck it all over the side, but a good portion of it is going to be basically replaced by the new stuff. Here it is. Gamda is part, sorry, of the 105 club. Here you go, club 105. So that's Camda, that's Felfira, and that's Irtican Waif. Maybe get a little bit of the blue in there. We're gonna start getting some of the lighter armor stuff here on Arthur and Lancelot. Wow, this is so much more simplified than the armor on the other one. It's like, I'm painting this, I'm like, where is the other? Oh, that's right, it's not going to be on this version. I really got that used to painting those 75 mil figs that fast. I haven't heard of those, Valfira. So again, it was really neat when I first started seeing these. Again, I wasn't so sure, but then once I saw them on an actual tile, and again, you can print out the tiles whatever size you want. You can make the tile 10 inches wide if you wanted to. Your board might be 100 yards long, but I mean, again, I think that's about basically 60 millimeters. I think maybe even a little shy of 60. That's maybe like 55-ish millimeters. I was wondering about that, Valfair, because again, there was, via the Insta there, I could just kind of see it's like, well, last active 1 or 2 days ago. I think it was maybe, well, Valfair, maybe the worst days were the days I wasn't streaming, if that makes any sense. Like that Tuesday, Wednesday, Valfair, that might have actually been when like the really, really worst of it was going on. Because wasn't it? It was Friday when everything really started to take a turn, right? And then I think it was something like that. Yep, Valfira. That's they're intended to begin. They're just we we can use the word placeholders, Val. I can actually use the word placeholders because remember these are figures for the game, and well, I mean it's not like these would be the final ones, but when I take pictures for it, that's what I just wanted to again have a flat base there. Because again, a little bit of a different. Oh, and actually, spoiler alert. Remember that army painting series that I was hinting at? That was going to be like a very different army painter series. This was going to be it. Because keep in mind, there's also the corrupted versions of these. I mean, as it is, there would be 9 of these. As there is a non-corrupted characters, there's 9 of them to paint. That's more than enough for an army painting series. But I want to see if I can't also at least maybe get some of the corrupted ones. Let me do this. Some here. A little bit more there. One second here. Let me try to get to. There it is. So again, I'm gonna see if I can't do a little bit of a freehandy Grail symbol on the back of this, maybe. So there's only so many player characters. You've got Nimue, Morgan, Guinevere, Arthur, Galahad, and Lancelot. So Gwen, Morgan, Arthur, Lancelot, Galahad. So there's only 6 playable characters. The Green Knight, he's represented by a figure because he is mobile. And of course Mordred. But your Lady of Shalott is not even going to be a miniature. That's sort of an off-board type of a thing. Well, this is kind of fun, Valfira, getting to see this with the white armor here. Again, it wasn't like I hated the one with the gold. It made a very fun video, but it's kind of neat to see him in the original white armor as intended. And again, as far as the corruption thing goes, it remains to be seen. Now, obviously, there's no corrupted version of Mordred because, well, he's Mordred. Let me do this here. More this away. And I think you saw I was showing earlier some of the game tokens. I'm going to use my small blendy brush here. Little teensy blendy brush. There we are. So yeah, and I will be doing two other versions of Galahad because I want to do one in true metallic metal, right? I want to do a TMM, and then I also want to do another one where he's in the white armor that I originally planned for him. And remember, again, once all of these files are set, and that's why they haven't been put out on the Patreon page yet, because I'm still trying to get things figured out. Again, some files are being completely redesigned. I mean, by completely redesigned, it's not so much the sculpt is. As far as what it looks like, you might not even be able to tell the difference. You might say, "Well, what do you mean you completely reworked that? It looks exactly the same." There's going to be big differences as far as structurally, more the internal structure, the geometry, that sort of thing. Let me do a little more of this lighter stuff here, and then we have to make sure that we haven't made this so light that any sort of potential glow from the sword not going to look glowy because there's just too much light elsewhere. Let me hit some more of that here. Never did get some thinner on the not radiant green. So again, we're back to mostly alkyds here. Just because I kind of wanted these to dry much faster. Because I kind of need these for a potential photography there coming up this weekend. Where's my scissors? Where's me scissors here? Camden, I had to paint a couple of, well, I'll send you some pictures of them. They were something for a friend that I had to do, and they were little tiny 28 mil figs, but they weren't my own stuff there, Camden, or they weren't this. I've seen these, that's the crazy thing. That's the crazy thing, Camden, is that I've gotten so used to seeing these. I've only ever seen them printed large. I've never seen them printed at anything less than 75 mil. Camden, I guess think of like the Medusa one that you did. And I know you didn't spend like a super long time on it, but you spent enough time. Just imagine that all of a sudden, one day, now you're working on a 28 millimeter version of it. But it's the same sculpt, but it's different. Now I'm going to try and get me some of that green in here. So it's some of the radiant green. Let me try this. Try this with a little teensy touch of phthalo green. There we are. Little teensy touch of phthalo green. So boy, Max wasn't kidding. It's 12:47 and he is still live. I guess Ohio River Valley, folks in Tennessee. What were some of the other target zones? I think actually it is like northeast Louisiana. Maybe even reflect a little bit of that here on the armor deer. What's really wild though is again these are same size as Gandalf, as tiny as you think these are. It's only because the other things are so giant. Well, that makes three of us there, Camda. That makes you, me, and Valfira. Again, that's why the original was this, and I'm really looking forward to because this is how I was going to paint the figure. Valfira was like this. Now, as light as this greenish color seems, this is not white. It is light, but it's not that light. And try and work a little bit of that into, again, the armor and other places here. Nice to see you there, Ingun. Again, sorry about the voice. Inganis, if you wanted to do the usual, why don't you share your Instagram link there? Everybody, please give Inganis a follow. Inganis also paints with the oils. Ooh, you know I do now. This is actual dioxazine violet. That's not an alkyd violet there. That was more just by accident. It happened to end up in the tray with all of the alkyds, and it was a Gamlin one. So I thought, well, okay, I haven't really used the fast matte in a while, but no, it's not the fast matte alkyd. It's just regular diox violet. Well, I'm glad there was some gaps for you there, because it just kept. I mean, it sounded like it was all around Nashville. So glad that you were able to potentially avoid any other hassle there. And again, I'm just using this beat up old brush here. I'm not even doing anything snazzier than this right now. I'm just going with this just to kind of lay out our color. And then we'll move on. We will proceed probably back to Nimue again. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Ngane's just shared. So Ngane is very excited to be painting up a whole bunch of the game stuff. So again, Flat Thursday we're going to paint up the tiles. We're going to paint up tokens, the dice. I think they might not be like all of them. What I want to at least do is kind of one of everything, if that makes any sense. I want to at least have a bunch of the different tiles, maybe not 10 of the same tile. Then I also want to get at least a couple of the dice painted and at least one version of every counter. That's kind of the goal. All right, Naples Yellow and Artera Rosa here. Come on. Let's start to work that into his face there. Nimue. Now, this is one of the, one of those sort of no-name Amazon ones, Valfira, where there's maybe like 10 of them in there or 12 or something like that. And they're different sizes. So yeah, something like that. And again, Inganes, thanks so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Now again, this is the shall we say the again, this is the Guinevere kind of at the height of her powers, Guinevere, as opposed to the other one that you've seen me paint on stream with the with more of the red. Let me see. We are about 1 hour, 10 minutes in. That's it. Just 1 hour and 10 minutes ago. We were just getting underway. The teensy little faces, Camden, are pretty wild. So Valfira, it's going to be just those designs because those symbols are also in the instructions. So that'll be very confusing. And that would also mean having to print out multiple things of the same instructions to match those symbols. And it also mean a whole lot of work to design extra symbols. Now, of course, if we had enough symbols there, Valfira, we would have quite the marching band. See what I did there? Let me do something there. Now, Valfira, I didn't even realize this. Are they building a new stadium for the Titans there? I think we might have talked about this already. But I saw this crazy flyover video of what looks like a giant, well, like a square thing that's meant to be a toilet bowl because there's this big round circle and everything else is square. So it's kind of like that Mercedes-Benz dome in Georgia. I don't know if it's supposed to be. I'm guessing it's a movable roof. I could be wrong. Because yeah, all of a sudden I'm seeing this video here with the existing Titan Stadium looking really small next to a giant box with a big hole in it. A giant round hole. Basically, Velfer, it looked like some kind of bizarre square tank with with no turret on it. It's just got a turret ring, or it's a land turret there, Valfira. It's a giant land turret, so it's kind of like the flak tower version of a land cruiser. Just a giant version of a land cruiser. Now, was it? Oh yeah, the original Astrodome. The original Astrodome had a glass roof, and it was supposed to have natural grass. It had natural grass, except the outfielders and the infielders, well, especially the outfielders, were almost getting killed by fly balls and pop-ups because they couldn't see them in the glass. So they painted the glass gray, and guess what happened? No grass. For a while, they just painted the ground green, and then that's when they created AstroTurf. So that is why AstroTurf was developed, because of the roof of the Astrodome, which was at one point the seventh wonder of the world. Now Reliant Stadium next to it looks like twice the size. Yeah, Velferit. Now, I know some folks were semi-excited about what now. Actually, I think I really thought Jeremiah Love was going to the Titans. I mean, sometimes you just take whatever the best player is available, but still kind of weird that he went to the Cardinals, because that was not the primary need. Nope. Let's warm this up. With a Radiant Magenta and some. Let's try this here. Let's see what this is going to do. there. So this is for the cloth, not the armor stuff. This is for the cloth, and we pretty much did this same deal on the cloth, on the larger one. It's bizarre. I've already painted the Nimue technically 4 times. 2 of the busts, well, and I mean and then 2 of the figures. The second figure not quite done yet. Again, I will be filming that final episode later today, and that will go up on the Patreon page later today. Come on, get in there. There we go. This here. Get kind of doing the dry brushy stuff here. And then I'm going to bring in something for a blendy brush here. Oh, maybe I'll just use you. Maybe we'll just use you. How do you like that? Doing some blendy stuff there. Highly technical paint terms here only. Blendy stuff. Nice to see you again, Primus. Happy Tuesday, Primus. Happy Tuesday out there to everybody. Minus those in Alaska and other places western. Because not quite Tuesday there yet. Now Armor Wolf Jody is done with the bas relief, right? I'll try to get you. I was going to try and do the test print of the new Kitty files. I was going to try and do it today, but with the weather and stuff, not able to do that. So I will try to do that tomorrow. Well, later today. There's many things that have to be printed out tomorrow. So again, you can see we're starting to get more of the translucent feel to it there now. As we start to get, and this is nowhere near our lightest light. And by nowhere near, I mean nowhere near our lightest light here. It will get lighter than this. As we are at, what, 1 hour 18, yeah, 1 hour 18 minutes. We are working on not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5, count them, 5 miniatures all at the same time. So we've got, again, Niume and Galahad. We've got Arthur, and actually, I might just work over here to Arthur and Lancelot, just so we don't want to get too wrapped up in any one fig here. Let's move on. Give that paint a chance to set, Alkids or not. Make some fun stuff happen here on Lancelot. Some stuff here, and just waiting on that cloak to set a little bit more. I'll see if maybe we can do a little bit of a dragon-y type freehand on that as well. Don't have to worry about that right now, that's for sure. So again, Primus, thank you so much for joining us here. Appreciate that. Over there. So now there's even less of the cyber stuff here, of course, on this version of Lancelot because he's so tiny. We certainly did not want little power cables and stuff hanging off of, him being this small. So again, the versions of again, these are the board game versions essentially of our characters, so they will be smaller and they will be simplified, at least compared to what you've been seeing on the 75 mil side, for sure. Yep, that needs a little touch. There we go. And a little touch of that metal in it. So Camden, for whatever reason, the Green Knight, his axe was very, very, very pesky. I don't know why. I had to print him out a third time. Well, technically, it would be a second time at this scale. The first one was like all of the other ones. They were 10% smaller, and I thought, I mean, I maybe could have gone 15. I was kind of hemming and hawing between 10 and 15% larger. Again, based on the size of hexes I've already got printed out. And of course, sorry to get boring about talking about hex sizes and miniature aspect ratios and stuff. But for folks that maybe if you're trying to develop something like this yourself, these are all things that you got to consider. If you're going to try and do something like this, you cannot ignore these different the practical side of these things. Again, just a little something kind of glow here, nothing too crazy. Now I'm gonna, let's do some of this on Arthur, then we'll get some of the red cloak there. Let's hit some of this now. This right here, and then again, these will be kind of glowy. We're gonna try and get some of our gold trim and such on here too. Now, where's my blue? There's me lighter blue, and now I can finally do a bit more of the dry brushy stuff here because this has had a chance to set a little bit. There we are. Finally. You can see that's still wet paint there. I'm still be able to blend there. That is actual wet blending happening with a dry brush. Dry brush, wet blend. Again, a little bit of a, what would you say, a sneak preview on regular Arthur there. With that glow and such. Again, the key difference is in this that power node there, and also too it was debating some parts of the robe and stuff. Should it be more robe, less robe? As we welcome in Daddy Kelt. Great to see you again there, Daddy Kelt. Everybody please give Daddy Kelt a follow as he dares to enter our domain. And again, Daddy Kelt, if you want to do the, share what you've been sharing before, that'd be fantabulous. So again, look at here. It's a little bit of a different scale. Yeah, it's not quite the 75 mil stuff that we've been doing here. Let's break out Lancelot. Here we go. Yeah, it's a little bit different version of the sculpt right there. No problem there, Polygram. And of course, again, these are basically the board game version of our figures here. And we'll be painting up these tiles on Thursday. Here's some of the specialty ones right here. So we have 3 different types of relay tile. And this is, again, another refinement in the game. There was other stuff that these replaced. So it created a simpler but more complex mechanic, if that makes any sense. And we'll be painting up these. There is our round table hex right there. So we'll be painting up all of these on Thursday, plus of course the Avalon tile and all of the, well, as many of the regular ones as we can. Daddy Kelt, what can happen with the oil stuff, especially first time around, if you keep hacking away at it, it only kind of well becomes a disaster there. So Daddy Kelt sometimes, well, you see, I'm working on five, I'm working on five figures here all at once. 1 second here, let me get something to drink here. Yep, Daddy Kelt, we were talking about that last stream. Those are the Wintons there. I mean, technically, you could say almost say I still use those in some ways because I'm using, well, these are all alkyds. These are mostly Paul Rubens paints, which are, what would you say, Camden? Now, I've got them for the, let's say I got them for the $63. They're what, like $1.60 a piece? Well, I think these are better than, say, the Wintons. They're not that much better. Great to see you back there, Irid. So Daddy Kelt again, the color charts are key. And what else did we suggest? We suggested maybe do a figure that's just got one light color, one dark color. And sometimes sometimes it's best there to just maybe stop working on something, maybe set it aside for a bit. You kind of get maybe a fresh perspective on it there, Daddy Kelt. That's another little side benefit to maybe just kind of set something off to the side. Don't keep struggling on it. Also, too, things might be a little bit more fun as well. Yep, surface tension. It's pretty crazy, right? I even I even made myself a whole new batch of holders for it. I literally made myself brand new holders. Just printed them out. Well, on early Monday. Surface tension. If you want to share some stuff in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. So yeah, these are basically, for the most part, student grade colors that I'm working with here. I mean, are they going to do the fines? What was the thing we were working? Oh, it was the Green Knight. Yeah. Now this one, we were using the heavy hitter colors like cadmiums and cobalts and stuff. And I mean, you could see the difference in the opacity, right? Right, Camden? I mean, immediately see the difference. But then this is a 72 mil or 75 mil display fig. And these, I need them dry as fast as possible. So we're doing the alkyds here. Yeah, Daddy Kelt. Well, I'm glad that you have a few there. Few at your disposal. And everybody, please check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Surface Tension also paints with the oils. So everybody check that out. So surface tension, I was telling Camden Velfira that I've made some massive, massive, massive strides in the Starship stuff. To the point where basically I'm reworking everything. I'm going to be keeping some of the older stuff. But the new stuff is so much better because, well, that was in February. Think about it, surface tension. That might as well be like 10 years ago as far as how fast this stuff develops. Yeah, February was like 3 years ago in terms of the developing of the miniatures. I mean, that is, it's kind of scary just how things have changed in a slow amount of time. Surface tension, some of these, let's put it this way, surface tension, the new, you're going to love the new lunch bays. You will absolutely love the new lunch bays. In effect, there's surface tension. You could make make entire ships that are just lunch bays. Now, again, part of it is the technology has changed since February. And also, too, it's just I know so much more about how to do these things than I did in February, which I almost said February of last year. That's a bit of a Freudian slip there. That's how far removed what I'm doing is from what I was doing just like a month and a half ago. That's kind of scary to think that. Now, where's the... Oh, here it is. Like, there was another one that needed this. Yes, our Gwenny. Here's Gwen. And now we're doing some gold armor on Guinevere. That is not what we did on this figure. Where's she at here? I just thought it would kind of maybe stand out a little. I guess we could still do... Yeah, I might still do that. Okay, fine. Whatever's. Now, actually, surface tension, that would be hilarious. Uh, so, surface tension, would the tagline say, let's see, there are many menus and they have lots of, there are many, let's see, there are, what is it, there are many copies, oh, and they have a plan. So, yeah, there are many menus and they have a lot of items. What's funny, Polygram, is that I never ended up getting the Gamlin 1984s. So now Polygram, is it just that set of 10? Because I think Winton might, well, there's a set of 6 and there's a set of 10. I don't know if Winton's, like, there's a set of Wintons that's any bigger than that initial starter set. Now, let me get a little bit of the white into our periwinkle there. And again, appreciate all of the folks coming in to watch here. Actually, ooh, that's the other thing I'm excited about surface tension is I've got these 8x8x3 boxes, and I already have graphics that go on the outside. And what I'm going to try and do is, I think I might have to do this in Blender, is to create essentially like something I can 3D print that would hold all the stuff. Potentially stuff that would hold the miniatures, the dice, the tiles. I don't think I've even got 8x8 versions of some of the cheat sheets. Let me do this like so. I wonder. Let me see if I can't take some of you and some of you now. How much lighter is that? Oh, okay, that's lighter. So yeah, I never had a chance to get the Gamlin 1980s sets. The thing that changed everything was getting the the Williamsburg starter set. Yeah, otherwise there would have never been things like, well, Egyptian Violet for one thing, but then also Quinacridone Golden Brown. Remember that surface tension? If I was smart, if I could have, if the future me could have gone back into the past, right, surface tension, I would have said buy up like 100 of the starter sets, and then sell off the now out of production Quinacridone Golden Brown, all series 8 of it. Just think of it's almost like underpants gnomes type profits there, surface tension. Let me get some more of my not darkest blue in here. And now we might just grab you maybe. Yes, that Quinacridone Golden Brown is like basically gold. There's gold in that there Quinacridone Brown. I don't remember what the heck it was about it that made it so pricey, but it was pricey. I'm fairly certain it doesn't. It's not registering on some kind of ultraviolet or infrared scale, right, Camden? Pretty sure about that. Come on. There we are. All the way around and now up. Now, too much thinner. Too much thinner. Let's thicken that up a little bit. So again, we're going to have some fun here with figures that are not 75 mil in size. It's really weird. Now again, I just had to paint a couple of, and they were also in acrylic too. They weren't just super tiny. They were also in acrylic as well. Because those have to go in the mail on Wednesday. Yeah, well, essentially tomorrow. You know what? I'm going to sneak me more of that gold in there. You know, actually, I'm going to go with I'm going to take the opportunity to maybe see what that looks like with gold everywhere on it instead of just the trim area. And then we'll work this in. We got Galahad to do this too, Arthur, Lancelot. We got all those folks to do this too. Come on, get up there. More of it down here. And once our really light colors hit this, boy, that's gonna transform all this too. Just the same way what was starting to happen on Galahad there. Nice to see you there, Doji. Doji on a 65. So we're gonna have a whole bunch of different clubs here. We got the 105 club, we got the 65 club, we got the 10. So here at Doji, so nobody's seen the any of the Galahad figs. So again, that's we're gonna be getting the 75 mil version of him out too. Not to worry. Also, 75 mil of Arthur still has to be painted yet. And again, part of that is I cannot finish the sculpting on that Arthur figure until I have the Cintiq up and running. When the Cintiq is up and running, then we can kind of finish off the Arthur sculpt and do the test prints on him. So let me see. A little research says that the quinacridone golden brown was more affordable when it's mass produced for car pigments. Surface Tension, remember when we tried to approach Williamsburg and Gamlin? And they basically said miniatures? Nah. There's nowhere near enough of you guys. And they just said, they didn't even say thanks, but no thanks. They just said nope. They didn't even go far as the thanks, but no thanks. It was just like, you can leave now. I think that was, the door is over there. That was pretty much the, I think that was the expression used, Surface Tension. Maybe also the rest of that statement was also issued too, which most folks know what that is. Where's my, here it is. And over there, okay. And over there, now up here. What was it? Oh yeah, Perlene Black. That used to be a printer's ink. Now that's weird, right? It went from a printer's ink to a paint. And like Kando was saying, there's some colors that have kind of had, I guess you could say, the opposite run or whatever. I want no. That's way too much of the red there. Let me break down a little. Okay, there we are. And then we'll come back into that with some of our lighter skin tones. Also, I might have to our little glaze that we were doing earlier up here. Actually, ironically enough, it was for Galahad. Kind of surrounded our white there, so we might have to put some more of that out here too. So yeah, again, we'll try to get the full figures of Galahad and Arthur ready to roll in 75 mil as soon as we can. It's crazy that I have the fallen version of Galahad printed out in 72 mil. But believe it or not, the fallen version was actually far simpler than this version, or the corrupted version, or whatever nomenclature you want to use. So yeah, now starting to work some of the later stuff here into the armor. Also the cloak here. Whoop, that doesn't go there. Start getting some lighter edges on these. And unless you can spread that stuff around real thin, it pretty much would be, wouldn't you say, Camden? You'd have to spread that stuff around real thin like. Something again a little bit later on the cloak here that also has a little bit of greens in it. And where's Niume? So Niume also is going to get some of those same greens and such. Yeah, let's do this up on top here. More this way. Lighter on the top of these wing sections. Again, these are very different. These are almost more like, well, standard wings compared to what's actually on, say, the 75 mil version, where the wings are more like shards. Fine, we'll make you a little lighter, and then some there. That's a little too much there. We're gonna spread that out a little. Let's do that. We need some more light there. Reflected light on. Oh, we already did some over there. Okay. Nice to see you there, Drexia. Yeah, so Drexia, a little bit different. A little bit different. We're doing essentially the board game versions of our characters here. On Thursday, we'll be painting up the tiles, the tokens, the dice. We have some of well, these are the specialty tokens right here. So those are the three types of relays. Essentially, these are universal hexes that they connect to everything in every direction. They have different abilities, different values to them. We also have the round table hex, and also we'll be painting the Avalon hex there. Whoops, back to this here. So great to see you. And of course, Drexy, if you want to share something in chat, please go ahead. I don't know if you saw the Green Knight. I can bring that out for you. That's what we painted on the last stream. Unlike these guys, he was quite massive. So yeah, if you want to share the Stormcasts or something there, Drex, please go ahead and do that. Lighter with this. Let me see what we got here. Now up there, okay. So again, yeah, the Thursday stream for our not so flat Thursday. Now it's going to be more flat than last Thursday when we painted a bust. There might be another one of these micro Mondays because we might have the. It would be crazy to think about if I would be painting the fallen version of the characters in this form before I paint them in 75, but that's possible. So we might be painting the fallen version, or the corrupted versions of these characters. Some eyes is on him here. We'll get some lighter skin tones on him, and then start doing some of our darker stuff too. All right, here's some lighter skin tones. Lips, chin. Cheeks there. All right, then we'll have to let the rest of that just kind of set there. Welcome back there, Draca. Welcome back. I hope that all goes well for you as also. And again, we'll do a little bit of stuff on the face here. Then we'll grab the 75 mil version of this, and but you can see again the sculpts are going to be different because they had to be simplified in order to fit and work at this scale. The sculpts were most definitely simplified. So you can see we don't have all of the accoutrement there on Nimue. It's just the Nimue figure and a simpler pose. And again, that one right there, you're seeing that's after 2 episodes. We're going to be filming the 3rd episode later today. So yes, the 3rd and final episode of the Nimue series, that's upcoming. A little bit more on the chinny chin there. Draca, I'm glad that you got that you've been able to a chance to maybe get back to doing some painting there. And of course, Draca, if there's anything you wanted to share, same thing, Drex. Like I was saying, if you wanted to share some stuff, please feel like you can do that. Little something lighter for the outwards. I mean, he is a big dude here. It's impossible almost to get him underneath here because we're. I mean, there you go. That's the difference in size between the Green Knight and what we're doing now. And of course, well, we developed a whole new thing, a whole new suite of holders, of miniature holders, to be able to do all this stuff. And that's been interesting as well. Yeah, now it's kind of veil time and some of the other translucent stuff here. Been waiting to do this for a little while. think Drake been absolutely loving these. Now, we'll try to get some, maybe that dragon freehand on Lancelot there. Hey there, Deuce. I hope that you're doing well. What's funny, Deuce, is there's, obviously the 54 mil guys, in the FDM, and this of course is with the .08 layer height. It was way easier printing these out in FDM than it was in resin. So yeah, these are all printed out in FDM here. All of these guys, even again this one here. Is it going to maybe be quite the same as, say, I don't know, printing out on the Elegoo? Probably not. And of course, well, these things, they certainly looked very, very messy when they started. So, first chapter of the Book of Wapol. Well, things must be messy before they can be neat. Also, if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. Now, of course, we will be doing some film noir on these. You will see that contrast is more than just light versus dark, especially with this translucent stuff. We got tons of metal to do, so guess what? Metal surface is going to be reflecting surroundings like crazy. And of course, you can't thin the oils, or you can't dilute the oils. You can thin them, you can do pin line washes, but they're still going to be that color. And of course, less is more. More is way too much. We're not doing layers here, right? No hashtag no layers. Still the .4 nozzle there, surface tension. Yeah, Deuce, and believe it or not, that Bamboo Carbon X1, that's almost old now. That was new. I can't make the air quotes here, but that was new in, what, December of 2024? Yeah, pretty soon that's going to be 2 years old, which in printers, that's like 2 decades old, right, Deuce? So yeah, still have not had a chance to put the .2 nozzle in there yet, surface tension. Part of it is because I keep needing to do stuff like this. So there's things that need to, and that was the other thing that was weird, surface tension. I think you might have heard me say it the other stream when I went to print those other holders, and it was with the regular layer height, and it said, "Oh yeah, this is going to take 2 hours." I went, "You got to be kidding me! There's no way." I thought something was wrong. I've gotten so used to, okay, this is going to take 18 hours to print on an FDM printer, and it's not all that big. It's weird, but all these different things that you kind of start getting used to in a sneaky way. Well, who knows? Maybe again do something that they can take apart, right? Since there's really no consequence, it wouldn't necessarily be a working printer. It could be something like, here, take this apart and get it working again. Not that they would be using it for high-level prints or anything. Now, the other thing is, I don't know if that new Saturn is going to be any faster. Because that's the other reason why I've been trying to, some of these newer scopes, like the scopes that are actually on thrones, like Guinevere, Morgan, Le Fay, I'm kind of been waiting to do those on the Saturn because I think the Saturn might be faster. I could be wrong. I mean, if it's the same size scope, if it's a 75 mil, why would it take any less time on one resin printer than another? You're still dealing with the layer, if it moves too fast, it'll just rip the previous layer off or whatever. So I don't know if that really is going to make that kind of a difference. So everybody check out that link there that Drake just shared. Yes, surface tension, these were all printed out on a Anycubic 4K. So that's basically what happens is the Anycubic becomes the raw sort of test file type printer. And that's where I see, okay, can it at least mostly print? And does it really kind of look the way I want? Because you can't always just tell looking at something in Blender or even in a slicer. So it'll be used again for a lot of the test print stuff. Now 80% is 80% more than nothing, right, Deuce? Or Draka? Yep. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me, here, where's my, there's my phthalo green. Breaking out the Prussians as well. In you go here. And then maybe some of the radiant green. There we go. So again, we don't have some of the other color influences like we did on the really large version. So we're going to find a different way to introduce again that sort of a teal-ish type color there. Come on. There we are. So again, kind of where we got the water happening there. Let me grab you. Yeah, I'm gonna do some blending brush stuff here. This is again hashtag no layers. No layers here. I just kind of chuck some colors on there. We take this. It's just a beat up old pennies on the dollar craft brush, and then we start doing a little bit of blend, just kind of pushing around the color a little bit, pushing it around. Start pushing this lighter stuff up further now. Also, guys, just grab some of our TO4. There's a couple of there is a little bit of the jewelry here, not as much as there is on the main figure, but there's still some. Even on again, this is a simplified version of our Nimue here. Now let's get to some of that before I keep forgetting. Before I keep on forgetting, there's some of our blue, some of our green. There is a stone there, and then we got maybe more green, more of the phthalo green. Yeah, that's better. And like a so. Like this. And is there any other? Might actually change that. No, that was a little more than I wanted there. It doesn't really matter because we're gonna do this anyhow. Like that. Work a little more of that into this part of the dress here. To make that a little more, yeah, we have to get that back to translucent. Starting to lose some of the translucency there. I think we got some back now. So Drexy, there's so much figure design going on here. It's that's why I had to set up a whole new printing room. The two existing Anycubic Mono X's there in a whole new room now, And these were some of the very first things printed on that in that new location. And I think they printed out better because I think it's actually even more level than it was in the previous location. Because when I first set those up in there, I wasn't really didn't really know that. I thought, well, okay, you're leveling the printer anyway. Making the printer itself level to start with is not important. Actually, that kind of is. Found that out. Drake, is that sort of like one of those inevitable things where you know it's coming, you keep dreading it, and then it happens? I'm gonna try to get even some more of my lightest stuff here. Now, of course, see, I might have to just get some of the new whiteout here. I think maybe when we go get a refresh our medicine, I think maybe that's all. Get some of the new white out there because again our glaze kind of just got right into all the white there. That wasn't quite how that was supposed to go. Got more of our light here. Maybe a little bit of reflected light in some places here too. Yeah, Drake, I mean, I don't know if it was one of those things where you could sort of see it coming because of just how things, as far as just prices in general, are going. Or if that was kind of one of those, well, wait a minute, what's going on here? Why is this happening? I have now some of the white mixed into our green there. And we're going to start to lighten up some of these here. Maybe more of the radiant. Fine, let's see what happens. More of the radiant green here. Gotta make sure we break that down. Yeah, that's the other part of the inevitable thing there, right, Draco? One thing it was always going to change, the other one not so much. Funny how that works, and it's always the same way. You'd think they would want to trick you there, Draco, and fool you, and go like, well, look at that. It's not going that way this time. What am I to do? All right, let me get you to the side. Let's start doing here a little bit more of the lighter skin tones here on maybe Gwenny and Lancelot. So a little Terra Rosa, some of the Naples yellow. Oh, actually, maybe and Arthur too. Yeah, I might do that as well. Whereas Arthur, so yeah, we'll hit all 3 days at once here. With some of our lighter skin tones and such. We already did some of the lighter stuff on Lancelot here, I see. Alright. Maybe a little lighter then. See you later, Polygram. And again, Polygram, I'll be painting up the tiles. At least that's the plan for Thursday. I'll see if I need to make some holders for those too. Although I have a feeling I'll just stick them on the same platforms we've been doing our other our bas reliefs on. Alright, so there's again a little bit of the lighter skin tone on Lancelot. So see you later there, Polygram. And I'm glad that that's going well there, Draca. We need some lighter stuff happening in his eye there. I ever actually get... I sort of started some of the lighter skin tone on Galahad here. Of course, now it's going to be just as freaky going the other way, since Arthur and Galahad, I have not actually painted the 72 mil figs of them. It's going to be real weird going back around and then painting, going from this small to that big on those guys. Much lighter with the skin up there. We need some eyes there. A little bit of the rosé here on the cheeks. Let's do some of that. Try for something to get lighter on the nose here. Lower, no, I think we'll just have to kind of do a little bit of this and say enough with that. Go to the hair. Let's do some of that now. Nope, that's going to have too much gold on it, so we need to go a little more reddish. And then maybe even more here. Yeah, I'll just grab some of this. And we'll let that mix with our brown. Now we're starting to get that mix going. Boy, it's been so long since I've seen any movies. I'm just trying to recall. All I can, for whatever reason, is like remember like an Alcatraz movie or something. It's like the only one I can think of. Let me do some more here. I'm pretty sure, again, the last time I was in a theater was most likely 2018. Let me do that for the braids there. Okay, so I was okay. I wasn't too far. Oh, Connor, that's the one too. Those were the two that popped into my head for some reason there, Draka. I don't really know why, but those are the ones. You know, I'm gonna go the other way here. Let me get some darker stuff here for like where the eyes are gonna be. I think it'll just be easier that way. Breaking down here. So for the lips is there. Alright, now we're starting to get somewhere with that. Maybe I might start thinking about some of the lighter stuff in the gold here. Let's maybe think about that. Maybe more of the lemon yellow might work. I don't know. Let me see. Let me try some of that here. Which means this yellow, which is that Windsor yellow slash Hansa yellow. We'll just, okay, fine. We'll just bring it over here then, I guess. Let's see what we get. Alright, well, good luck in that surface tension. Again, those squirrels, we know how tricksy and false they are. And are they really squirrels? And of course, beware the the squirrel Palantiri. You know, people call them acorns, but we know better, right? Surface tension, we know better. Those are not simple acorns. It's a secret international communication device that the squirrels have. There we are. Just again thinking about a little bit of our free handy stuff in there. Oh, and by the way, we're all of 2 hours in here. We're working on again 5 figures simultaneously. Count them, 5. And we've made already pretty good progress on our 5 miniatures. I might just do a bunch of the gold trim here on it because we got Lancelot, we got Arthur to do. I know I did some of it on Galahad, but I might also even work some more on Galahad as well. Let me work in that up there. Okay. And again, some of these they might have gotten a little bit chewed up in the process of doing the test prints because I'm kind of getting familiar. Okay, where were the supports there? Where do I maybe need lighter supports? So that's the other thing is that these will undergo a lot of transformation in that realm. Initially, I wasn't even going to bother trying to do supported things, but then I realized people might really want those. That maybe they don't know how to do that themselves. Trying to get the lighter eyes is in here now. There we go, and then maybe some here on the skin too. Also, that part that's more of that's the metal right there. Hey there, 16 and 2. How you doing? So great to see you. And of course, 46 and 2. If you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Of course, everybody, please give 46 and 2, or sorry, 16 in a second. Sorry about that. Well, everybody should give 46 and 2 a follow, but 16 and 2, if you wanted to share some stuff in chat, just like same thing there. Same goes. You want to share stuff, please go ahead. I need something like this. Under there, we'll try that again. So see you in a bit there, Draka. Oh, that's it. Well, 16 and 2, definitely. If you want to, I know you've been working on a lot of stuff. If you have some pictures that you can share, please go ahead and share some pictures. Yeah, now we're going to try to work in a little bit of the darker portion of the hair here, right in front of where the latest skin is. Okay, that's a little more there than I wanted. All right, let's our tour here. Let's get some of our gold is trim on him. We haven't done that yet at all. Well, gee whiz, definitely share that 16 and 2 if you want to. I know there's a lot of folks that would really get a kick out of seeing the Gundam there. So yeah, if you would like to share that, please go ahead and do so. And we have entered our second hour here. And again, we're working on 5 miniatures simultaneously here. We haven't even gotten to any of our freehand yet. Yeah, yep, here we go. I'm like, wait a minute. Did we do this yet on the other side? No, we haven't done that yet. Get this around our undulations here. And then we'll have to come back with some of our lighter blues in there as well. And remember here we were kind of using a little bit of the Indanthuran blue. Working on some BattleTech today too. And again, some of this, and then we'll hit over to the Lancelot fix so that this actually gets a chance to set for a little bit. So now we'll wander over here again to our Lancelot. We have to get our lighter reds on his cloak. I just kind of been wanting those, giving those a chance to set as we take a look at take out those Discord links there. That's 16 a second posted. So go check those out. Can always tell when there's Discord links. They're always a mile long for whatever reason. It's just crazy. Again, just looking to get a little hint of the yellow there. And yeah, it's the Mars Yellow Deep, super opaque yellow. That's not yellow ochre. Yellow ochre not doing that because the yellow ochre is semi-translucent. It is not opaque. And what we'll do is, after this, I am gonna do the lighter stuff on his cloak and such, so that this all gets a chance to set. Yeah, this is all very much simplified from the main figure. But as you can see, it's got as many of the same elements as possible. As it's not possible to make them exactly the same with this massive difference in scale. Again, this is pretty much 28 mil true scale, and that is 75 mil. It still is true scale, because remember, heroic scale, that refers to, the beef, like catcher's mitts for hands, giant pumpkin heads. That is your typical, that's your typical heroic scale. Sure, we'll hit you with the yellow there. Maybe on that bracer, we get that. No, oh, geez, we haven't done that. I thought we did this shoulder over here already, but apparently we haven't. So see you later there, Night Whisper. Again, thanks for the raid, Night Whisper. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate all that, and we'll hopefully see you real soon. And best of luck with all. Speaking of 1-to-1 scale terrain projects, there. Best of luck with all that. I know that can't get done soon enough. Just to have that chapter closed out, if anything else, right, Night Whisper? So everybody check out those Discord links. Check out the Discord links that 16.2 was posted there. Now this here, no yellow in this. I don't want this to be orangey, like say like a Mordred type thing. I want these to be lighter, but also not a super warm red. Can't be only just the white in there though, because well, then it's gonna turn very pinkish, and also it's gonna be much more dingy. Ah, that's fantastic. 16-2. You know what? I'm gonna just get even more of the regular red. I'm gonna see how that works. See what we have here. And that might just be what we were looking for. Yeah, I think that's what we're looking for. That's it. What feels real weird about this too is that okay, in the best possible scenario of a week's worth of streams, and let's say I only did figures for all 4 streams. Well, I would only have 4 figures done after the entire week of streaming. We're working on 5, and we're 2 hours 21 minutes in. Calculate that the average stream is around 5 hours long. That means you're talking about 25 hours worth of streaming to do the 75 equivalent to these. Whereas again here, we started 2 hours, 21 minutes, and 44 seconds ago. Of course, it's the extra 44 seconds that make all the difference. We know that. Camden, I was ready to not really like these too much. The basically the board game versions. That is not quite the case there, Camden. There's a part of me that's okay. They're maybe not 72 mil, but I might have to try conquest scale, which is like 45 or something. Maybe conquest scale. Because I did want to do a skirmish game at some point, and it was conquest scale. That was kind of the first thing that popped into my head. Is for okay, how small can these be, and still be kind of viable as any kind of game where they would be doing stuff like on a mass scale. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Night Whisper just shared, and everybody please give Night Whisper a follow. I'm going to try to get me some. Again, that's our reflected red there. Reflected red from Z-Cloak. Now, I kind of have to stop fooling around with this now. Because if I keep trying to hack away at this thing, we're not going to make a whole lot of progress. If anything, we'll be going backwards. We don't want to do that. That is a no bueno. Is this going to be, well, I mean, it's lighter than what was there. Catch the edge of some of the armor and his collar and such. Well, Camden, I mean, that was the other thing. We do want to create an RPG game, so I guess you could say, Camden, we already have these done then. I mean, at least we already have these maybe out of the way. Certainly have a huge portion of the story. And I would think, Camden, that the universe itself, it may sound crazy, but I want some of the playtesting at least to set the story for the kind of like the hardcore story for the universe. I have the outline of it. My Tomb King's army, what actually really made the story for them top notch was how badly they did in all the playtesting, which actually led to the full-on army story, which I loved so much. try to hit the again some of our, and this is not white. What we're doing here, it looks super light, I know, but it's not white. It is most definitely not. Let me try to here on the bracers. Some of that basically some of the gold color there. And again, sorry, the magnifier light is going to bash into the camera quite a bit. That used to happen all the time with the 28mm figs. And yes, so again, I was definitely thinking about the next new army painting series would be our Cyberthurians here. But again, I would prefer to paint the ones that come off the Saturn. Because, well, that's another way to tell, okay, is there a real tangible difference with that resin and that printer versus what I just painted here? Not just looking at them, but actually painting them. And again, 2 hours, 26 minutes ago, there was absolutely zero amount of paint on all 5 of our figures here. There was nary a dry brush on them. So see you later, Night Whisperer. And of course, I can't wait for folks to see the fallen version of the characters, like the Lancelot one. I think that was the very first one that I did. Or was it Nimue? It was either Lancelot or Nimue were the first 2 of the corrupted characters that I did. Absolutely loved him. Absolutely loved him. And then, of course, was Our Lady of Shalott. Most likely will end up probably being the most artistic of all of the sculpts combined, because of the story behind that and what the imagery is going to look like. That will probably hit that again with maybe just our straight up more blue-ish color there. Uh, 16 into there's that airbrush cleaning. Well, that's why. Well, I do a lot of the brush on primer, but that's why I've started using those acrylic spray cans and Cam. I do have to. All kidding aside, I have to try and get the new spray cans there with those later colors. I think they'll be very helpful, because clearly I'm going to have a lot of stuff to scan, or sorry, a lot of stuff to spray now. Now that we're doing so many of these test figs, and of course all the game stuff, I might have to spray lots and lots of tiles. Let me do that, and let's work it down, and then that way too. Yep, there we are. Now, see, I can come back to the red now. I can go back to the red because we were not hasty hobbitses. We were not hasty hobbitses. I think we can come back to this now. Yeah, there we are. Oh yeah, and again the all underneath this here is that Perline Crimson. Yes, all series 6 of it. 16. That is something I'll probably, well, depending on how things are here, but I was targeting either Wednesday or Thursday for that. Yes, it's going to be time to be tilling the soil, that's for sure. getting some of that over here. Yeah, like that. Bring you over this way. Same here. Okay, yeah, like that. In you go. Now, let me see what we can maybe do with some Dalo green. The Prussian blue, too. For his sword. And then a little. Get in touch of that glow over here. Ah. This side of the sword blade. Let me just roll something lighter down in the center of this here first. Let's do that. Okay, we'll be coming in with our fast matte whites. Longiwas, we're getting close enough to hour 3 where we can grab that fast matte white. And start really, really cranking up some highlights and such. Lighten you up a bit more there, okay. I might here, let me get a little more of their radiant green on that brush. And again, if you want to share some stuff again Camda paints with the oils, and of course, here's hoping that you're still having fun with all the paintings there, Camda. I know that now you're a handful of those in. I'm not sure if the project kind of changes at all now that you've done a few and you say, okay, now I want to maybe try this. I think it was kind of almost inevitable that would happen as you kind of keep doing more of those and make discoveries and such. Let me try this. Let me try get more of this on the arm of the end. So this 2 here, we're going to hit it like this first, then we're going to come back with our manganese. Oh, that's what I forgot to do, is get a drop thinner on the or 2 in this case. A drop or 2 of thinner. We're not looking to do some kind of liquidy glaze. I'm just trying to break down that manganese blue, that's all. Because manganese blue, well, it's almost like mangoes, as in Indian yellow. It's like the Indian yellow of blue. Hyper translucent, not just translucent, but hyper translucent. It's kind of crazy just how translucent it is. Okay, so I think, okay, I'm gonna fool around with the face just a little bit on the face. But then we gotta leave him again chance to set. That's the whole point of working on a whole batch. What, 5 of these? Well, they actually got the other ones prepped too. I think Merlin is another one we can hit super quick, because with all the source lighting on him, that should make it go real fast. Eyes there for Lancelot. Camda, I know Just think of all the, oh man, in the last, what would you say, 13 to 14 months, Camden, between the, the Paul Rubens, the Elkids in general, and then all the sculpting stuff. I mean, if everything else feels like it was 10 years ago, Camden, stuff that happened less than 2 years ago now feels like a decade ago. I don't know if it feels that way for you. It might in some ways. What would you say, in the better way? All right, I think there's things that change, not always for happy things, but these, I think these are very happy modifications. And Camda, let's put it this way: the discoveries that I made, literally when I was on the phone practically with Kathy's family yesterday, it was kind of like before and during our conversation there. There were discoveries I made that was just, again, like, holy smokes. It's going to be transformative. Which, of course, is also very scary that it's happening that fast now. I don't know what it's like on other channels. I don't really get to see other channels. I would imagine it's not quite as brisk, Camda. Ah, there we go. We needed to tone it down a little smidge over there. All right, good enough for you. Now, I would like to. I'm going to get back into Artor here. Artorius. Now, let's start to lighten him up too. Breaking it down. It's got some overweight in it. I mean, super quick there. That did not take long. Just these holders, Camda. I wish that I had thought of this a couple of years ago, because, well, I mean, here you. Let me see if I can find them for you here. There we go. Yeah. For years, these were my paint holders. Those are dead jars of Reaper paint. I mean, you could see that's a. I mean, the one convenience they had that they were pretty small, but the other convenience they were not weighted necessarily, and they weren't exactly shaped for my hand because that's not what they were. They weren't particularly meant for that, were they, Camda? And that was just basically something that I cranked out real quick. Again, this morning, I was just like, okay, I need to make these, and I just made them, printed them out, and bam, there they were. And I will be doing not this video. The video I'm filming today is going to be the final episode of the Niume series, but the next out it's going to be another quick printing workshop. Just going to be talking about, again, some of the new things, new discoveries that I made. Where's my semi-lemon yellow here? Let me get some. I gotta break that down a little more then. Boy, oh boy, you get kind of used to the non-Elkids real quick too. I tell you that, Camda. You get super used to painting your own stuff. You get very used to painting the large scale. But we say it all the time. Sometimes you have to do something different from what you're normally doing. Uh, it gives you a little different perspective on it. This has given me a little different perspective on, well, maybe how I would approach the 75 mil figs. Going back to the small scale stuff. Thanks, Camda. This is the one of the side banners on the game box. It just, well, I kind of changed it a little bit more so they would fit on screen. But yeah, that is one of the one of the side panels on the game box. The other side panel that I wanted to have, Cam, there was going to be a whole row of these. That's why I'm trying to get these done, so that I can get a picture of them and have a nice little lineup of all of the painted miniatures there. Because most boxes, right, they just have the raw miniatures, just like a color, not painted or anything. Oh, geez, Cam, I forgot about the Paul Rubens. Oh gosh, can't I've got, well, I hate to do this to you, but could you just send me a reminder on the stupid Alkyd resin? I know you've sent that reminder before. Valfera has sent that reminder. But I will try to. I think, well, now I can get that going just like today. Again, I want to get those spray cans. I'm going to need them anyhow. I think that was the other reason, too. I didn't need $70 worth of Alkyd resin. I might get more of these, too. So, yeah, what we'll do here is we're going to hit the some of that manganese blue, a little bit more of the overbrushing of that. Start maybe getting a, yeah, here, a little bit of some lighter stuff over here. Then I was going to try again, do some of the same little freehand on Lancelot, Guinevere. Well, we haven't. I guess it'll be interesting. We'll be trying to match the freehand on here, and then of course Galahad. We got freehand to do on Galahad as well. We haven't forgotten Galahad. Some of the Mars red, maybe a little bit of the. Come on, more of this umber here. There we go. Nah, that's still got to get broken down a little more, I think. You know, I might just darken you back down again. Let's reinforce the eyebrow ridges there. Now to the dark underneath these armor plates. This side. Well, I guess, well, pretty soon, I guess you'll have to be thinking about feeding the angry orclings there. I'm sure they're always angry little orclings. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go get refresh that medicine. We'll refresh the medicine. We shall return because we want to also start again thinking about some of the freehand stuff that we want to do. There's a bunch of it. I think our next I'm going to go bouncing back here to Niume to try and do some of the final stuff here. Might also even be getting out the fast matte white pretty soon. Oh, Cam, I got to get me the cans of the lighter spray and then that thing of the Alkyd resin because that was going to be a Cyberthurian oils, right? So again, don't go anywhere. We shall be right back. Just got to go refresh the medicine. We'll be back. thanks for sending that, Cam. Yeah, in some ways, I'm kind of glad that I haven't gotten that stuff yet. Because, well, Cam, I think I've got more stuff that would, test subjects. I have more appropriate test subjects. And not just these, but even, well, stuff like these. I think these would also be a good test of it here. Because this, they're kind of big. I mean, you think the 72 mil figs are big. Yeah, these things. And those were the ones that I was featuring. Actually, it was the last printing workshop episode, was that. So yeah, that's the one that I featured in the. I have another one too that I printed out. And again, that was made with the bamboo. I don't want to say the bamboo slicer, but it's in the bamboo slicer. It's called, I think, My Sculpture something, whatever, or Make My Sculpture. Whereas the other one was the bas relief one. Let's see. So Drexia, yeah, I've got that whole line of the Cyber Yomi figures there. I get all the different Japanese goddesses. I've got a whole bunch of really, 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 really fun characters. And I think I got again. I already got some nifty sculpt concepts there. And those are actually going to make our Cyberthurian sculpts seem almost quaint and simple by comparison. Because I'm basically trying to leverage all of the lessons learned on these into a whole new genre. Oh, we haven't gotten our light stuff down here yet. Yeah, we gotta get all the way down here with some of our lighter stuff there. Statue Maker, thanks Mutu. Now, of course, one of the things I've tried to do with it is kind of see, okay, what are some of the limitations, and of course, we'll see how it works with the pressure-sensitive tablet. But obviously, it's those tools. There's like 3 different tools, whereas Blender has hundreds of tools. However, it's way easier to use than Blender, and by way easier to use, I mean like exponentially easier to use. Way more intuitive and such. Now, don't be surprised if at some point in the future it's just like, okay, fine, we'll just get was that the paid version of, I almost said Lightwave. There you go. That doesn't indicate age at all. I would say ZBrush. Yes, not Lightwave, but ZBrush. Let me work at that light here again. That says some of the light in the veil here. And remember, this is the simplified sculpt here. Very, 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 very different from the main one. Let me work this in a little more now. A little more here. Come on, there we go. Get in there. Still have to come back with some of my darkest dark. On the metals here. Also, probably need some little bit of reflection of the water in there. So some of that turquoise has to be reflected on our metal as well, somewhere at least. Let me get that in here. More of this light here. More up here too. Ah, there we are. Because I was looking at the main one, and I'll show you that in a sec. And I think you'll be able to see kind of what I'm talking about here. What was sort of missing a little. Try to lighten up there so that we can come back and then get the actual eyes in there. Whoops, that doesn't go there. Here we are. So we're just here. Let me move him out of the way. We grab Niume there. So again, that's gonna try to replicate that same deal, same thing going on. And now that it is almost hour 3, then we have I think now we have the option of maybe grabbing the fast mat weight to do some stuff with in a little bit here. Alright, let me try to indicate some eyes here. Where's my Prussian? Let's get the Prussians and the Thalos together to hopefully do this. Where are we at here? Might deposit a little bit of that out here just to get, yeah, that was a good idea. Get rid of some of the excess there. There's one. And there is the other. Okay. So just using Blender. For now, it's just Blender. Because it's free. Again, eventually that might change. I might... by this time next year, we might be very deep into ZBrush. If it's that much more intuitive and it's going to save time, the cost of it just might be cost effective, if that makes any sense. So see you later there, Arid. Arid, why don't you post your stuff one more time before you hit the sack there? Yeah, post it one more time if you don't mind the ear before you take off. So yep, it's just plugged in via USB. I actually have two things. I got the Cintiq, that's going to be for the main workstation, and then I've got just a cheap $40 tablet or whatever it was. That's actually the first thing I'm going to hook up is the cheap $40 tablet, just because I think it'll probably be easier. It's also smaller. Because the big Cintiq, that's not going to go on the machine where I record videos and stuff. That's going to go on a whole different machine where there's more space. It does mean there will be no kitchen table. Well, there is a kitchen table. It's just going to have a whole bunch of computer stuff on it. Because there's no place for a desk. All the desk areas are taken up by filming areas. I would use the living room, but that is going to get too toasty. If it was winter time, it'd be different. But it's gonna get mighty toasty in that room there, even with the blackout curtains and everything else. Nope, I need that's it. But the Indian yellow, come on, more of that Indian yellow here. Gotta start breaking that down. There we are. I better get me some thinner on eye green over here too. Again, still have not gotten the fast mat weight out here yet. That's I'm still gonna hang on a little bit long before I put that out there. And again, appreciate all the folks joining here on the stream. I think this week is going to be very heavy on some of the game pieces. Obviously, it's something I've been talking about and working on for weeks and weeks now, especially since Adepticon. Again, some of the initial concepts were started at Adepticon. Now, a lot of things have changed significantly since Adepticon because, again, studying the mechanics, doing a little bit of playtesting stuff, it's like, nope, we need to make an adjustment there. And then there was also the what is feasible for people to print. That is when I wanted to go more with the cards and not dice, but to make it a game that people can print, it had to be dice and not cards. To which I'm actually pretty glad, because now I don't have to try and print out decks of cards. So that was one of those things, initially a disappointment and then a relief. Now I've got, this is some of my lightest light here for some of these golds. Hopefully to make them shiny. Mutu, remember this is the oil paint, so unlike the acrylic stuff, which is going to get in there and literally never come back out again, with the oil paints, it's like, doesn't matter. Because there'll be more than enough time to dig that stuff out of there. And believe it or not, not too much really gets down in there. The oil paint has a tendency to sit outside the ferrule. It seems kind of weird, right, Mutu? That is one of those. It's like it's observed. Yeah, that was something that I didn't really think would be the case, but actual, we'll just say, observations in the field proved it's like, well, okay, I guess. Not what I was expecting, for sure. Now, what I'm going to do, don't mind me, I'm going to move these, over here. And I'm going to grab our Guinevere here. Because I want to do some of that over there. All right, let's do it. Here we go. Here we are. So maybe just start with this. Start with this first. So we got the blue there. You know, I'm going to do that with this brush first, just to kind of indicate here. One second here. There's my green, there's my sky blue. That is going to mark where that goes. And then this down here. So we got those now. Now let's try the gorge. I'm gonna go make back to the Mars yellow deep, so we break that down a little bit thinner. Let's do that. And nothing insane, because this part's going to be more filigree, right? And then the rest gets more of a digital look to it. It's going to come up and over this way. Up and over. And again, the blue is mixing with it. That's what helps to actually shade your freehand and make it look like it's more part of the cloak instead of just kind of like taped on. Come on, get that little hook there. Okay. And that is, we're going to have a little bit of over-under here. A little bit under. Where are we at with this? No, over here on this side of things. It's going to come up and over this way. Wrap around. Again, that's just a super simple pattern here. Nothing crazy. It's going to come up and back around like this. So out from here and back up and over. And then back under again. Where are we at here? Give me some of this. So I think you can still maybe find some of that on Amazon. I know Armored Wolf, the old Winsor Newton brush cleaner that we thought was gone, actually still is there. It's not kind of in the same places where we used to be able to get it. Little thing like so. And now we've got these guys in the corner here. In the corner here. Yeah, so that's unfortunately Canva. That's not something that is not available to us. I tried. It is not available. That's going to come up and also over there. It's out and up and over. Okay, so like this. Up and then over again. Okay. Now, while that sets, let us try to do the digital part here. I'm going to thin that down some more. Alright, and now again here, let's do some of the digital stuff. That's going to come up from here. Come down. Yep, that comes up from here. See, it does go past this. Guess I have to thin it down some more. And then it also works its way out this way. Here, up and over these undulations. Then it comes down this way a little. With two verticals. Vertical, vertical. Another angle coming off of that. Vertical there. To the light we go. Making this lighter now, almost a bit more like a gemmy stone there. These little guys at the ends of our verticals. Where are we at in here? Is this? We will also be coming back with our darker stuff again to kind of manage some of our lines here. But again, we're just trying to map out some super quick and easy freehand. Nothing super complicated about any of this. Here, break in some of our blue here. Clean up that. Clean up that and also that. Around you. Now maybe try some of the lighter yellow stuff. Let me see if I can dig out maybe a little bit of what's left of that white there. And again, I'll throw my fast mat weight out. I could really use that on Galahad. So we'll head on over to Galahad next, most likely. And now here's our what would you say, our regular gold, the embroidery here. And up and over the top. Come on, one more there. There we go. Back this away there. Maybe let that be later. So yeah, there's nothing super crazy about this here. Just a simple little pattern. It kind of again gives you a little something to see here. The whole idea is this contrast between what is cyber and what is ancient, and that's been even the game tiles themselves. There's a bunch of redesigning there, and even the cards. Well, the was it the character cards were redesigned to actually look more like the game tiles, which have again that's kind of a combination of the ancient and the cyber. That's you can't have too much of one. That's been the toughest thing sometimes, whether it's the figures, whether it's the game elements, is how much cyber and how much ancient. You've got to have both. So it should be Thursday, Mutu, and again, it will be Thursday painting up the game tiles for the most part, and some of the tokens, maybe the dice, but again, painting up those game elements. That's what, because they're all in effect, they're all like little, almost like little tiny paintings in a way, or little bas reliefs. That's what I'm trying to say. I might try to come back with a little mix of our umber and our Mars black in some parts of the hair back there. Now let me see if we can try and do the eyes here. There's the one, there's the other. Try and get a little more light in here. So that is definitely, if I'm painting that at all, that will definitely be a Patreon video, because as you saw, that was way too big to fit on screen. That would probably be a multi-part Patreon episode. Because basically the 75 mil figs, those push the limit of what can fit on the streaming platform here. That is, remember I mentioned earlier that all the desks are taken up by filming areas. That's why there's so many filming areas. Because those other locations, that is where I can actually work on, well, big stuff like terrain, do the airbrush type videos. There were no airbrush videos until I created those other work areas and filming areas. It would be really neat to be able to paint something like that on the channel here, but that is way too big. Essentially, the bust that I'm painting, the entire bust is not even the size of the head on that figure. Trying to check in a little bit more of this light. Okay, yeah, there we are. And same up here, same deal. So see you later there, Mutu. Alright, so we'll let that have a chance to set and put this back out of harm's way. Now, speaking of Galahad, okay, let's not knock things over. I'm gonna put these back where they were. Okay. Now let's well, first let me get some of the darker stuff in here, like around his eyes here. Let's do that first, and also yeah, some of these areas. Let's rework some of our darks here first. Again, around the eyes, around the shoulders here too. Here, let's break in. This almost has a bluish tinge to it, a dark blue. And of course, we're going to try and get some of our manganese blue hue into the sword there. Like you do here. Maybe some of that up here in the wing. And again, the wings are very, very different from the larger scope. These are much more simplified for a reason. Because if those wings at 75 mil can be kind of fragile, now you printed it less than a third of the size. Yeah, that's just not going to end well. So yeah, that's the change. Changes that sometimes have to be made. Okay, and maybe we'll work a little bit of that into here. Yeah. Now where's my manganese blue here? Break that down. Which might even go into parts of his wings here. Now, do some of that over the armor here, just to tint that. Like so. A little bit of that even on the underside there. I'm going to try here a little something like this. Where's the some of our turquoise? So now we got this. And then we're also going to try and do a little bit of circuitry happening here. Down like so. I wonder, let me see if I can push you over that way and straighten you out. There we go. Bring you down this way. So there you're seeing a little bit of a sneak peek here, what I might try to do if possible on a cloak thing for our large scale Galahad there. And that should maybe come up this way. Where are we at here with some more of this now? Coming down that way. Down into here. And then maybe on here, have it, some circuitry going this way. Off in that direction. Fast map, wait, let's get that out here. It's gonna be this stuff. Well, actually, that's gonna be good information. Thanks, Camda. Thanks for sending that. Alright, now let me try working some of this very light stuff here into our grail, maybe. And if it doesn't work, we go back to what we had. Again, maybe some of the light little get almost like little diodes there, and now we're gonna try to get some of the here. Let's get some of our dark on this side. Oh no, with the phthalo green. That's it. Yes. Now we're talking. Dark up here. That also starts to sharpen the edges on these. Again, these are just really more like shards, and they're not supposed to be like feathers. However, for this gaming size or the board game size fig, it had to be changed to this format here. Now I don't know if that's really doing what I wanted it to do there. So we shall change that back perhaps. Unless we make that more gold, which I could also do that. But if I'm going to do that, I have to wait for that to set. So that means we'll move on to our other stuff here, though. Other stuff. This is just kind of, again, breaking that down. Getting to my latest light here. For the edges of our wings here. Well, no, not quite like that. All right, there we go. It's funny they got camped after what now 6 years of doing this. The amount of affiliate links or something like that we have, where you do this, you get money out, and there's kickbacks or that would be zero. Yeah, after 6 years, there's basically none of that. And I think now there never will be. I think we are too independent there, Camda. More of our light up there. So when we're using something on the channel here, it was not something that was just like, here, use this and say nice things. It's like, nope, we know it works, we need it, and we get it. Or we get it, we test it, and if it doesn't work, then we let you know and you never see it again. And that's happened more than once. There have been some comic failures as far as product testing goes. Things that, well, maybe this will work, only to find out, nope, that ain't gonna work. Have to be willing to try new stuff, though, because you never know. Sometimes it might just come up aces. Or sometimes it goes right down the flusher. Again, there's been more than one thing that was not terribly successful as a test. As in, not at all. Now there's some of the lightest light going to happen here. Some of these elements down here. So yeah, all that stuff's starting to work now. So if you're wondering, it's like, where's all the affiliate links or something like that? It's like, well, there aren't any. Well, not that I know of. If there are, that would be news to me. Are we doing this? Yeah, we're doing this here. There might be one for Badger, but I don't remember what it is. Not that I've never seen anything from any affiliate stuff, so. Ah, there we go. Now the tips of these wings really starting to take off, so to speak. Let me do this here. Ah, that's it. There. So now the wings really have that nice, that shard look to us. As much as we could make it look that way, without them actually being shards. Yeah, like the larger scale version of the wings. Ah, well, that was a little more than I wanted there, but fine. We'll make that work. We'll make it work. It's all good. It's all good. We'll figure it out as we go. More of our light there. Yeah. This certainly needs some. Yeah, let's get some thinner into this. Boy, that is already starting to set. Holy smokes! It's only been out there like 15 minutes. Well, I guess maybe it's a little bit longer than I thought. Didn't realize we're 3 hours 31 minutes in. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save the other ones that we haven't done yet, because I still have to do the reprinting of Green Knight and the other Gwenny. So Friday, then, maybe we could finish off, well, the other three plus those two, so that'd be fine. And maybe a couple of the, if I can simplify some of the corrupted characters, that would give us a whole. Actually, we might be painting those on Friday and Saturday if I get all of the corrupted ones printed out. Yeah, there could be a whole bunch of painting of geez, a whole week of painting tiny figures there, Camda. That's wild. A whole week of painting nothing that's gigantic. Whatever will we do? Maybe I'll try this. And some this here. I think actually making that be later has interesting effect there maybe. Straighten you out a little. Now gotta try to do the eyes here. Let me just maybe use the Payne's Gray / Indigo for that. There's one. There's the other. No, I'm gonna have that's that would be too dark. Okay, then maybe this will work. Yep. Oh, there we go. That's perfect. That's good. That is good. Oh, it's 3:33:33. Cinco Tres. Thanks, Camda. Sorry, Camda's so distracted. I completely forgot about Cinco Tres. It's a very cool thing that means absolutely nothing. Like 11:11, right, Camda? Cinco Trace is the 11:11 of our stream. There you go. All right, now the fingers here. Let me see if I can on these knuckles here. Do a little bit of this lighter stuff here. And then on the arm itself and on the elbow here. No, you don't go there. So we'll just undo that right away. Like you do, easy peasy and lemon squeezy. So it kind of depends on test prints and all that other stuff, but it is a possibility that maybe, at least on the Friday stream, maybe try to paint again the other members of the tiny club here, such as it is. Nope, that is not. I'm gonna try. Let me back up to that. Now we're talking. I will. You know, I'm gonna see if I can't maybe get this little bit of greenish. That's good. I mean, that is a tiny, tiny, tiny bit there. Okay, let's move on to where's our Thor here. Now that we got our fast mat weight out here. And this is where we hopefully can really start to bring in some of the extra shiny. Then we got to do some of the stuff with the blue here. Like you do. Maybe at here, the top edge of his belt there also. Knuckles. Sword. Lighter. Also lighter. Edge. Also edge. Now a bit of light over here to make that a bit shinier. There was mostly just mid-tones down in there anyways. let's do this. That get some light in there, and then we'll again do some freehand filigree stuff. Again, we already did that on our Guinevere there. Oh, by the way, we're working on 5 of these, and again, we only just celebrated single trace, so it's only 338. It's crazy, right? Landrest, and for sure, I was thinking that these were smaller than kind of normal stuff. No, these match up to MESBG. They're actually slightly larger than Diwali figs. I mean, Diwali stuff is actually smaller than this. And the hands are just as dainty also too, because their stuff is true scale, at least as far as the hands and stuff go, and the weapons. I guess that was one of the reasons why I thought, you know what, maybe I will go ahead and make these miniatures for the game, because it would be one way to paint small stuff. And again, I'm gonna be doing an army painting series on the Patreon page. I just had to test the sculpts first for one thing, and then well, now we have some color whatchamacallits, right? Some color guides to help us along our way. We'll get some of the later stuff in us here too. We haven't forgotten that. Now these are definitely going to be more on the fragile side for sure. No doubt about it. These are not going to be super robust, but then neither are, well, Diwali miniatures. They're the opposite of robust. Also, too, again, I'm going to wait till they're printed out from one of the Saturns, or from the Saturn, not one of the Anycubics. And hopefully that will give them a little more detail, but also get with that resin, make them even more sturdy. Now, Landrast, was there any particular? I don't think there's really a whole lot of big time movies or anything like that playing, right? At least not at this point. I guess maybe that changes, what, July or something like that? Let me get this in here. Well, you don't see yourself doing another Blood Bowl game, do you, this week, Landrast? No more Bretonian on Bretonian. Now, here's so let's try to do some of the later blue here. Where's my... we got the Endanthrin blue here, and I will just maybe grab some of that. Let's start to lighten this up, and let's see what happens with this. I gotta break it down some more. That's been sitting there a while. Come on, there's more. Okay, finally don't have stuff all over the brush there. Okay, and then just start to get some of our light in the blue folds up here. And even these folds, these are far more realistic, wouldn't you say, Landrast, than the typical 28 mil folds, which tend to be, I don't even know if you could call them folds. They're like little ripples. Yeah, they're more like ripples than folds. So yeah, we'll save the Merlin and such for tomorrow, because that way we can do a little bit of glowy stuff on him. We got glowy stuff we're going to do on Mordred, of course. here, and now this two, yeah, there we go. And as light as this might seem, this is only about a mid-tone blue. This is maybe a value 4. 3 at the top, at the latest, but I think it's more like a 4-ish. Again, not everything has to be highlighted to within an inch of its life. Mid-tones are the thing. More mid-tones, more better. Or if I said tomorrow, I meant, well, Thursday. That will be the next stream. Do I want to... Let me try this. Let me get all this junk out of here. Let me take the turquoise. Where's my Prussian blue? Around we go on these things. Also on the sword. That's why I don't do names or dates or times, right, Camda? I only do words. Now, here, let me get this stuff up in the crown if I can. Another couple of, yeah, another couple of these stones up in here. Like that. One last one there. And now I shall take some of here. This, the radiant green. Where is one of my icon? Here we go. Let me do that. Down we go. For a little Excalibur here. I was going to do the lion thing, but I'm going to, for right now, do the Excalibur thing here. Turn that into a dot again. Comes down. Then this way. That way and down. Then this way. Come on, this way, and then down. I need an angle going that way. There we go. Something coming down this way, and then it'll stop there. We need some branches here. Come off of that. Just kind of building this thing out here. Another line that's going to come up that way. No, I'm going to leave it here. Let me get this. Take that out. Alrighty. And remember, this is the darker slash middle tone version of all this. Coming down from this angle here. Another little, I'll get our dots over here. Extend that out this way. Move it. Maybe. Okay, I have a vertical coming there. Now let's try to do here. We've got our fast mat. What gee whiz, that's already starting to sit up there. Actually got to get some thinner in that to activate it. Wow, that's I guess it is almost 4 hours in, so maybe it's been out there a little longer than I thought. And now these definitely start to stand out more. Had to be kind of patient on that though. Now for more of Excalibur here. And now we can start to reinforce some of the pattern like we're doing here. Again, this is super simple, nothing complicated about this. But it does make a big old difference, I think. I think it kind of creates that digital look a whole lot more. Really emphasizes that look. Do that here. Another one there. I'm going to change this real quick here. Let me grab this stuff. Simplify that. Or as we say here, decomplexify, right, Camda? Push that away. Maybe even take some of that off of there too. Yeah, I might actually separate that from the hand. Yeah, okay, there we are. I like that idea. Now, let me try a little something here. Let me take this again. So back to the more mid-tone stuff. And have that coming out this way. I'm also going to change this too. So let's alter this here with there's our blues. essentially bring them back to how it was to start with. Now let's try this. Yeah, we've got that broken down. Try to extend that out from that one. Maybe branch out again from here. And another branch maybe goes this way to the end there. Come on, all the way out there. And then maybe here with the lighter gold stuff. We haven't forgotten about this yet, your more regular filigree and such. We haven't forgotten that. We're going to do that now. Where are we at? Back to this. And then again to a little bit of regular filigree. A little hint at it. Out there on the edge. Same thing like we did on our Guinevere. Can we do more than yeah, let's get some more of that going that way. And this way. And in there. Back to my latest light stuff here. And we got it in there. You want to put a little dot down there too, yeah. Couple dots up in there. A line that comes down and meets there. Maybe a touch, a little bit of light on that part of the cloak there. Now let's see if we can give him. We need some greenish stuff in the skin tone here. Or greenish gray in there. Is this gonna be? That's probably too late. Let me get me a little bit of the phthalo green. Come on, I'm looking on the underside of these. Now that we got the dark stuff in there. Now we're getting there. And then for the crown here, let's get some of our Terra Rosa Indian yellow. Orange that up big time. Well, that is most definitely not the Williamsburg Indian yellow. No, that's for sure. And that's going to go in a few parts of not just on the crown here, but even on the armor some parts of our freehand too, because we got all of this kind of the blue and the greens. Now we're gonna get a little hint of some orange going on here in our golds. There's some more. Now up in here, same deal. Trying to get some warmer gold colors. Then we're gonna have to get some of the also the lighter gold in there too. As we do this, it kind of does so it mid-tones up the gold, and hopefully what that does is it gives a little bit of value space there for our highlights to really do something. This is where I was really hoping it would make a difference, and it kind of does here in our little crevices there. Like so. Some there, and maybe a little bit of that up here. Smooth out that edge a little, tone that down. See if we can give him the darker portions of his eyes here, and let's thin that down more. There's one. There's the other. Good to go. He's got himself some eyes there. Alright, now we'll try to get the later part of the crown here. Let me maybe do a little bit more, but just the Mars yellow deep here. And this front part, leading edge of the crown, that should be lighter, but don't want it to be highlight light. And I think it's got the opacity to do it, and it did, and the same little deal over here too. Same deal there. Okay. I'm gonna cramp. Okay, here, let me see some stuff here with our manganese blue. Gonna break that down, break it down. Not turn it into a glaze or anything like that. Don't want to have to. This is the ultra translucent stuff right here. It basically is a glaze, just as is. It lives its life as a glaze. It's that translucent even when it's right out of the tube. I do want to see a little here, a little bit more of that light hitting his leg and such. Maybe a little bit more on that. Yeah, that should be a little lighter, and then maybe a bit of reflected light over there. Also under there. To the dark we go again. Oh, yeah. I went to paint that in there. I'm like, yeah, there's a big old gob of paint. Let's get rid of the gob. Let's go with less gobs. Just paint, no gobs. Dark. So again, the idea is this kind of a. It goes from a light to kind of a middle tone to a dark, back to a light again. And we've been doing that on all the armor, all of our Cyberthurians here, especially Lancelot and Arthur. Now, so yeah, Cam, I'm gonna over the course of time, there'll be some other Cyberthuria graphics that show up. Some of it'll be some of the artwork things too. And then, of course, well, now that we might have one or two painted Cyberthurian figs, maybe we start having, there might even be a chat point reward thing for some of our Cyberthuria stuff. And here, okay, that. Now, I was thinking about going a little darker. I think we'll leave that be. I don't think we're going to do that. Again, trying to make these got little circles there. That is a little. That is not enough mid-tone. Let me break that down a little. That's just a big old spot right there. Okay, I mean, I just had to do a little brushing of that there to make it work. To the really light manganese we go on these. That was missing too. Yeah, it is weird. This is basically just a regular old 28 mil fig, and it feels like I'm painting 10 mil or 6 mil or something like that. Yeah, that's pretty wild. Yeah, I'm gonna darken you down a little. And I'm going to do that on a couple of now that they've had a chance to set there for a while. I can see I'm taking some of the manganese blue and doing the same thing, doing this little bit of a kind of a glaze over the top of those. And again, on our flat Thursday here, we're going to be painting up. We have all kinds of very nifty game tiles, and again, that's what these figures go on these tiles here. You can see here's an example. This is another one of the sculpts we'll be painting on the Friday stream here. So again, you can see how they relate in terms of the tiles there. I hope, Camda, that it is sort of neat for folks to see this part of it. I mean, again, much as I love painting all this, the 72 mil figs, those really wouldn't be terribly useful for the game, like at all. And I'm guessing there's not too many streams where people are painting tiles to a game. Or dice for that matter, or tokens. But the whole point of this game is that you can print everything that you need. The dice, the tokens, these, and you don't even have to print these if you don't want to. They're not essential for the game, it's more just kind of a fun thing. I don't think a lot of games also come with pre-made painting tutorials for everything. I'm just gonna throw that out there. It's just a guess on my part. I could be totally wrong, but something tells me that's not really how it usually goes. Let me do dish away here. Okay, now these need some kind of reflection here of his arm right there and his hand over here. Touch more light in there. Okay, now I'm just gonna maybe use this as a blending brush here. Yeah, there we are. yes, we have our lighter blue. All of this in here, it's just starting to get a little bit confused up here. We might have to come back with our darks and kind of stabilize that again. That is part of his cloak. That's another thing. Here, let me lighten up this edge of his cloak there. Now we need to. Where's our Arthur here? So you can see all of this here on the side of his face. We're going to try to impart that now onto the figure. Again, you can see. I mean, there's a pretty decent similarity again. That this had to be simplified, but I mean that's definitely still in the neighborhood, I think. So yeah, Cam, I was kind of, but well, that was some of the research I did in the, and I was posing the questions to it. I said, okay, so, and that was one of the emphasis was that's why I went ahead did all the trademark stuff because there just is nothing like this out there. You know, oh, I like that. I like that. That's actually some of the turquoise in there. That is not what I was thinking about putting in there, but it actually, that kind of works a little bit better for what I needed there. All right, so we'll take it. We shall take it then. But yeah, it basically said even like for, you know, the My Mini Factory thing, it's like nobody can offer the sculpts, how to make the sculpts, how to paint the sculpts. That does not exist anywhere. No, see, that's not that's not metal. I keep thinking that that's metal. That is not metal there. Oh, this is though, and it's got to get some lighter gold on that. First, I'll break this down. Break it down. Over we go. Okay, that's a little better. Yeah, Camden, it's gonna be in the tens of thousands of hours here soon enough. And again, that is the Patreon page. You sign up for that. Like Camden says, you might want to have some snacks available because you're gonna be there a while because if there's not 3,000 hours worth of videos yet, there soon will be. I don't know if that's a large enough platform there, Camden. Yeah, that might not be large enough. That might be too provincial. We might have to think bigger. Well, they'll just have to work on being better, right, Camden? That's all. Let me try to lighten this a little further in here. Like so. Here we are. See a nice little chain of highlights coming down that way. Chain of highlights. Same deal on this side. Some nice light there, and then I think I might also try to sneak in some under there like that. Yeah. And Camden, boy, this the starship stuff, Camden, there's already there's probably going to be several times as many starship files as there is Cyberthuria stuff. That's the level we're talking about here. Yeah, there's going to be exponentially more files for the starship stuff. So when it is an Armada Monday, you'll be seeing the Wampaville Fleet Yards imagery popping up. Most likely a whole new set of scenes and overlays, possibly. Camden, believe it or not, I was. What I would like to do is, take all my starship parts and create something that would be, what would you say, kind of like CAD, the trademark ship. Call it that, and it would sort of be animated, like in the Battlestar Galactica video where Galactica is animated, like in space there. All right, here's our. Oh, here's our. Let's get to our latest light here first before we forget. Because we haven't done our fast map yet on Lancelot. Get that edge, get that channel in there. Whole bunch of edgy things are going to pop open here. Once we start doing this. Look at that extra little punch that it gives them here. He was missing that. Look at all that now. That really begins to stand out. The thing that's kind of tricksy about these smaller figures is that the camera boom now is so close to the light. Well, they're basically touching each other. If I was to touch the light at all, the whole camera would be shaking like there's a big old earthquake here. I mean, it is right on top of it. Therefore, it also is pretty much on top of me. I have to come back. Yeah, we'll come back with some of our darkest dark there as well. We need to start thinking about a couple more little lights going on that side of his foot there. Couple more lights here, and maybe even some of the later red there. Now, in the figure version of him, we had all of the tubings that we don't have that here on the board game size version of him. Nifty thing is, these should be definitely more than dry enough by Thursday. I might even paint up a couple of sample tiles, because I kind of need to lock in the color first. And again, the tokens, well, I think you can guess what kind of colors you're going to see on, say, Nimue and the Green Knight on their tokens. We'll have to come back again with some of our orangey stuff on the sword here. Let's get some stuff for his knuckles there. This certainly needs to be later here. Definitely later on the. Again, that curve that comes down. Now, let me try this here. More the manganese blue. So Cam, that was so you might have missed that early on, or maybe that was one time when there was some noise there. But there's a couple of them, Arthur's sword and this one that I was saying I got to take the hair dryer to him, and we'll get those straightened out. Let's just say, Kim, that I was putting the primer on these things, I don't know, probably less than an hour before the stream. Yeah, there was still some of them where the primer was drying. Yeah, okay, well, actually, I was the original thing was I didn't think I was going to be able to stream today. The only thing that saved us is that it was much cooler up here than it was originally supposed to be, because everybody else just was getting absolutely hammered. St. Louis being one of those places. They got hit not once, not twice, but 5 times just today. And they've been pretty much hit like every other day for weeks. So yeah, I was not sure that today was going to even be a stream day. That's another reason why I didn't do the ship stuff there, Camden. I said, why would I be rushing that if I don't even get a chance to stream? I should not rush. Don't be hasty. Don't be a hasty hobbit. That applies to a lot of things, right, Camden? Don't be hasty. Now, what I do need is some of this kind of almost orangey stuff here that we made a little bit ago. We put some of this on Arthur. We shall put some on Lancelot here. Ah, there we go. That just gives him a little bit of a boost, a little color boost. Bit of a color boost. Not the worst thing in the world to have. Come on, you need to be lighter right there. I'm going to bring out some more fast matte white because we still have to hit the Nimue with this. I think we already did Galahad with their fast matte white, but we have not, and I think maybe Gwenny is too, but for sure Nimue. That I know. Okay, we got that. Now I'm going to take this manganese blue hue here, because that was kind of nifty. I liked how that worked on Arthur. I shall do that here. He needs to have a little more light here on this. Yeah, oh, that should definitely be later there. Yeah, because on Nimue, on the bust version and stuff, yeah, that has a tendency to be usually when after it cures, it kind of gets that little bit of a bend to it. Just hit it with the hair dryer, and then it's all good. Prussian blue, some of the phthalo green here. To tone this down a little there. Okay, there we are. Now back to my light stuff here one more time. Another light there. Oh, that's got nothing going on. Let's do this. Let's do that. Now I'm going to try to super quick like here. Let's see if we can do a dragony thing here. So let me move these guys out of harm's way here. So I think these new holders, Cam, that were definitely a big success. I think they worked out just about as well as I could have hoped. And they'll work for Battlefleet Gothic stuff. That's the other thing, because those other holders, they do not work for Battlefleet Gothic ships, like, at all. Not the way those bases are. So here, very, very good. These should work really, really, really well for that. There's my light there. Okay, now drag on here. Whatever's. Let's just fooling around with something here. And this will be a large site easier because there's not as much in the way of undulations here as there was. So dragon a head, dragon a neck. More. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe that works. Maybe that actually helps. The torso. That doesn't go there. Wow, yeah, that was a devastating travesty of a mistake there, right, Kanda? It took all of 3/4 of a second to get rid of it. Whatever are we to do? So again, there is his neck, the chest. Now the tail swings down like this. Now we need his armses. We need the wingses. Like you do. Let me get another one here. And then another one there. Yeah, it's way, way, way easier to do that on this one. Because, yeah, we don't have to worry about all of those folds. That really made it, that made it interesting on the other one with all the undulations there. Okay, we'll move his head back a little bit there, and now we'll try to extend the wings a little. Actually, I'm gonna change. Oh, we're gonna change him up again. Let's get rid of that. And we'll have this leg come out this way. Nah, that's gonna be too much. Light you up now. Some spikes on the back of him here. Then we will come back with our dark here to re-establish some of the shape. You know, I'm going to use me. Pearline Crimson. Oh, look at this. Pearline Crimson and our Violet there. And that's the real deal. Those are two, and those are not Alkids there, those two. Not even, not at all. That makes a big old difference there. with that violet and that pearly and cream. Those are nice little intense combo of stuff there. Take a little bit more of that off of there. Now let me see if I can do again the segments here to try and make them look a little more mechanical. Okay, we're getting there. Sharpen these a little. And then we need to leave that alone. I'm going to borrow this stuffs for this stuff. I'm going to make these darks actually have some of that violet slash red in them. Really hit these pretty strong. Because they ain't so strong. I'm trying to make some edges here too. Now that's starting, I think, read a little bit more the way we wanted it to. Some dark in there, some of our dark under that too. I might actually, let me, no, some of the brown, here. Let's get more of our, well, not that much. That might be a little bit excessive right there, so how's about we take some of that off the brush, maybe. That was a little more than I was wanting. There we go. Okay, I want to do, here, let me see if this is enough of our manganese blue there. Brush some of that over the top here. And yes, I know it's really weird to have nothing on the base at all, but that's kind of that's what I wanted to have here. Was just the blank bases because they're meant to be on the board. And I wanted to look more like, it's weird, more like board game miniatures when we're doing all this stuff that most people don't do on board game miniatures. It's a conundrum. There you go. And now I will again. Like I said, I'm gonna put a tiny bit more of the fast matte white out here, so I can do the last wee bits. Where's Nimue? Nimue. A little tiny restock of this stuff here, just a little. Even that might be more than I actually needed. To the white we go. Break it down. And now for some of our latest lights on the veil and some of these other things. Let me just move this over a little. Okay, now we got it. That is, that's definitely what we needed. I can see that straight away. That is what was missing. Up here, over there, and now also on the metals. We might also do a couple little darks in on the metals there, just to sharpen up some edges. Maybe some panel lines. Canada might have to do panel lines. Panel line Nimue. Still so bummed that I basically sheared off the fingers when I was filing this. Those fingers actually did print, and they did survive removing of the supports. What they did not survive was me with a giant old file, big old sanding stick, and I could feel that. I didn't even need to see it. I could feel that happen. Where's my tour? Here it is. do that now. We'll make that lighter here, like this. Same thing here in the shadow part of the face. That's a little too dark in there. Take a bit of the skin tone into that. A little more light on the top of the head. A little more light on the cheek there. And now the hair back to more of our lighter skin tone in that. Same down here. And then back to the fast matte white in here. A blending brush perhaps for that. To the fingers to get with the later. Couple later hits there, and now we've for sure got to get the weight here on this. And again, what provides the translucency is being able to see that there are other colors underneath it in the shadow areas, and that's what gives it the translucency. It has nothing to do with light or dark. Now I know you can see the difference when we go film noir and full scale. Let's see what happens when we do. Again, that just looks like gray dress. Now it starts to look like it actually has something underneath there. More of our light there. Maybe here it's like we weren't matching the thing from the other side. Now we got it. A little bit of the lighter skin tone right there, and now here let's get some of this top of the head here. Also perhaps on this. Which again, that's very much different than it was on the larger scale sculpt. Hitting that right here. Now for the hair, I'm going to try to use more of the Mars Yellow Deep for the hair that you can see under here. Catch again some more of our yellow right there, and then some down, all the way down in the shadows there. Oh, the neck here, more a skin tone there. Yeah, that was way too dark there. Let's try to lighten you up a little. Is nice. There we go. I went. Let me try to see if this is going to be too dark. That's some of the Mars red, not too dark. I don't think so. I do not think so. Now in the Let's get down here to our water. So that's going to take some of this, some of our phthalo green, a little bit of the Prussian blue. And we'll do the little bit of water stuff like we did on the main one here. Let's also then transfer a little bit of that up into here where it's closest to the water. There we go. Ooh, that's nice. That is nice. Hey, Seismid, how you doing? Welcome back. Yes, indeed, Captain. Actually, it wasn't all that long ago, Captain. I think it was either earlier this, I think it was last week. Yeah, I think it was last week. So Drexia, hope that the stream has been fun for you. And of course, again, I appreciate you being here. Drexia, again, I'm just very, 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 really excited. Not just about this project here, but again, there's multiple other projects that are just utilizing so many new skills over and over again. Yes, let's see. I don't know if you might have, maybe I actually might have been either, might have been painting the Lancelot figure here or the Merlins, or it could have, yeah, so it could have been one of the, like the Merlin figure or the Merlin bust. So it could have been him, or it could have been, or maybe, geez, maybe it was one of the Bridgets, or maybe it was, speaking of the, I mean, yeah, look, that is hilarious. Because this is how big we've been painting, and now that. That is just the height of irony right there. What I would like to do here, let me see if this is going to be too light. I want to do a little reflection on the armor in here. Also down there. I think you can see what we're doing. Perhaps the same deal on this side, but maybe not too light. Sure, we'll roll with that. Again, some of the green on the underside there. Let's try to create a few more of the undulations here. Like that. Now we're doing that. Extend that up a little further. Now we've been doing a lot of this lighter stuff. I am going to take some of our dark here. Start to carve out a few more little edges there. There we go. That's how we do it. And now again for some of these panel lines that we were talking about, panel line Niume here. Let me see if I can show you here. So you can see them on the shoulder right there. It might even show up even more so on the bust version here. Yeah, you can see. So again, we're gonna try and do some of that. Nope. I see a big old glob of paint on there. That's a no globs. Get rid of the globs. Now we're talking. There we go. And then again, a couple of panel lines here. Try and do that on this shoulder. A little more division there. I will try to do a similar thing here with some panel lines on the arms here and the forearms. Come on. There we are. Another couple here. Maybe darken you down. In between the fingers, perhaps a little more dark there. Also that. Nah, that's not quite how we would like it to go. Let me try this. And yeah, that was getting awful complex there. We are going to make that not be complex. Now we'll try this again. Here we got this yellow, which also needs to get thinned down a little. Fast mat. Oh, wait here to lighten both this and that little gemstone. So there's that. There's our gemstone. I try to lighten up here the upper lip, the chin. I think for Lancelot we're going to do a little something on the face here. Also, I will try to get the top measure of the cybernetic stuff on there as well. That was. Now let's try to do the lighter glow stuff in that. Again, a little bit like what we did with Arthur. Here, let me try to. We got the fast pat white. Let me try to do the lights in the eyes again. Now they're more established. Let's do the darks for the eyeballs themselves here. Gonna get rid of some of the excess there, and now we're gonna have at it here. Now he's got himself his eyes. That is nice. Take some of that down as well. Don't really have here. Let me first darken down the mustard, then we'll try to get some light in there. Now some light. Nah, better thin that down. Better thin it down. Yeah, that's gotta get a little mid-tone down in here. This be just like this one little stripe of light color, and then everything else is dark, and then there's a highlight on the top, and that's it. Yeah, we gotta change that around. That red is reflecting the cloak there. Now let's do some stuff with our dragon here. Now that that's had also a chance to set a little bit here. Get some of our Indian yellow. There we are. His eye. Cat lights on the segmented, basically mechanical parts of our dragon here. Same deal with the yellow here on the wings. One more. There we go. And maybe now here on the spines. Spines there. And now here we got some orange. For the flames. And now on the dragon itself. That's some of our fabulous pure orange. Extend it out that way some more. Let me try this. Let me try this with our super dark burgundy here. Flatten that. There we go. And then also, yeah, that's the other thing we needed to do. To give you an idea of again what the figures are for. They go on the game tiles here, and of course we also have, in addition to those, we have some tokens here. So essentially, if this were a tile here, you would have, so maybe Guinevere has placed this there, or Guinevere is trying to move to somewhere else, and basically what Guinevere does is she provides resources to other folks. So Arthur here, this is an Arthur token. This is where he's trying to, he's probably trying to remove maybe corruption from this tile here. If he needs a little bit more resources, that's what Guinevere does. Guinevere is able to provide the resources. Say, oh, you didn't have enough resources, now you do. So that's, again, kind of how a typical tile thing kind of interacts. Now, thanks, Gamda. It's so weird, right? Seeing it again from the giant one now to this just a fraction of that same size. And again, we will be on our next stream. Those tiles and tokens you just saw. Well, gonna paint those up too. And the whole idea of this game here is that you can print everything. You can print up those tokens, the cards, everything that's needed, even the dice. Yes, we have dice too. There we go. There. So yes, there's also dice. It is an entire, it's an entire game all in one thing, and it is all printable. Let me grab let me try the sky blue and some of our green and see what that's going to do here. Now to the vast matte white, because we got that out here for these type of thing right here. That little bit of an edge, and there. And then gonna get some later shots right over in there too. So as we approach hour 5, but we didn't do too badly. We did 5 figures in 5 hours. That was pretty much the pace that I was kind of wanting to have. And that's why I didn't start the other ones. I thought, well, let's leave those. Because I wasn't quite sure just, again, how things were going to be going here with all the weather stuff. We have some of the glowiest figs too. I mean, we got Merlin. Again, he's got his glowy staff there. Where's Mordred? And Mordred has the glowy red sword. Now, I didn't do the crown thing on him. Because actually, the crowns, they're not the easiest thing to print out at this side. I mean, Arthur and Guinevere, it was kind of essential to have some crowns there. But again, in the game itself, one of the things it says, Mordred can never rule. He knows that. So that is why he tries to, again, fracture the Grail code. Tries to overload the mainframe. He cannot destroy truth, but he can multiply it. A couple more of our, yeah, let's get a couple more lights down in there again. Reflected light. There's that. And now some of that. Couple extra little lights over here again. Maybe some reflected light or something. See, that gives it a little extra sparkly stuff there just by doing that. I'm going to try to do here a little bit of extra dark there and a little bit of an edge here. Just a teensy bit. Not really looking to do an outline, just make an edge. Here we kind of lost some of our definition. Gonna restore some of that here. Might need, yeah, needed some dark in there. Okay, now we can maybe come back. Let me try this. Let me try a little bit of, maybe just phthalo green. Some of. Okay, that's way too big of a glob and into that brush. There we go. Nope. I thought we had it. Now we do. Good enough. Alright, and where is... I need some of my lighter gray here. Let me try this. It's kind of almost like a bluish gray. Let me see if this works. For some of this on the side of his head here. Let me darken up the mustachio one more time here. Let me take this. It's got, basically a dark brown, like a Van Dyke brown. Now let me try to restructure here. We got the light in the beard or the mustache. I guess I need to do more of that. Let me try here. Get some of the white in there now. Don't want it to look gray like Merlin's there. Come on. There we go. I need to sneak out. Yeah, a little bit of the light there too on the underside of his eyebrow. we can't let Surface Tension know that we've been able to pilfer some of the cadmium gray grayscale. Or no, cadmium gray gray shade. That's it. Yes, cadmium gray shade. Because of course. And all right, we got it there. So I think we're pretty good to rock and to roll. So I do want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing the moderations here again. I kept saying like, well, I'm not sure I'll be able to all day long. It was like maybe not, and then it was basically as it was only until the much later in the evening, as in maybe 10 o'clock or something my time, where I thought, wow, I think I can actually stream. I pretty much was the entire day thinking, nope, there's no way this is going to work out. But really glad that it did, because I was really wanting to get these guys going. Here, let's take a little quick look-see. Let's do a review here of the 5 figures that we did. I don't know if I can get them all in my hands here. Well, there we can do here. We'll do 3 and then 2. So again, there's Nimue, Lancelot, and our Gwenny. And then here's Galahad. And of course, well, they all have a little bit of freehand here. Let's do, these guys had their freehand as well. So a little bit of freehand on them too. So thanks so much, Kim. And of course, thanks again to everybody for being here. Appreciate that. This is super fun for me to again get to see these now after working on them for so long and just not quite sure how they were going to work out. So I think we can maybe head on over to Mikey's place here. Wow, it's almost 5 in the morning. Holy smokes. Well, again, thanks again. Appreciate everybody being here. Don't forget, we are going to be painting the tiles and all the counters and the dice on Thursday. So be there.